Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks all the organizers for organizing this workshop on this quite exciting topic. Um, yeah, my title or the subtitle, How Cellular Processes Influence Tissue Deformations. This is joint work with two PhD students of mine, Lea Happel and Mike Poorman. They are both close to finish, and I probably best motivate what I try to do by an example. That's an embryo of the fruit fly Drosophila, and and what I'm interested in is the gastrulation process it undergoes. And before I play this movie, um, um, please like focus on two issues. So essentially, what we see is cell boundaries here, and like on a micrometer scale, if you like, and they form some network, if you like, and during evolution, you will see that the form of these cells will change, also the connectivity will change, and they are motile, they're gonna move, and and then we have this overall shape, which will evolve, and maybe what we don't see is that the cells they form like a monolayer. They have some thickness. However, the thickness is small, and inside there are also maybe other large cells and some lumen, but this doesn't really contribute to the evolution. So the main thing happens really in this monolayer. And now let's play that. So you see this change in the shapes, and then we have some sudden shape evolution. And actually, at the end, it's out of focus. You don't see the cells anymore. But actually, what's happening here is that kind of the outside is turned inside. So you have some impression of a flow going on, and then here on the top, more or less, everything is flowing inside, and then it forms layers in there, and the famous developmental biologist Louis Walpott termed it like that. It's not birth, marriage, or death, but gastrulation, which is the most important time in your life, right? So, well, for us, this process even more complicated. For other animals, it's maybe even simpler. But as a mathematician, the main thing is that the outside is turned inside, and then things form. And what I'm interested in is to understand like the physical laws which drive this evolution. And as I already kind of pointed out, or the title suggests, there are probably two scales are important, like the cellular scale and this macroscopic shape evolution. And before we come to the coupling of these two scales, let's first look at like approaches on this macroscopic length scale to describe the evolution. And so we model our cell monolayer as a so-called fluid deformable surface. So meaning that it has some solid fluid duality in the sense that it's fluid-like in tangential direction, but it has solid properties, essentially bending properties in normal direction. And the model which describes this is called Surface-Stokes-Helfrich model. Let's maybe start with the Helfrich part. So we have a Helfrich energy with h, the mean curvature, squared here, and we have some bending rigidity, and it's written here in non-dimensional form with this bending capillary number. And then the variational derivative of this energy with respect to variations in the surface gives us, this force in normal direction. And so this well, probably known. But now it is coupled with Stokes equation on the surface. So it's a surface flow problem. And this is modeled by like, yeah, the surface Stokes equation. So it looks similar to classical Stokes, but now on the surface. So we have a velocity, u, we have a pressure, we have this rate of strain tensor, um, and maybe a comment here on the velocity. So it's still, u still has like, even if it's defined on a surface, still has like three components. If you want like in normal direction and one and two in tangential direction. And this operator here is like a component-wise divergence in this sense. So modeling still like inextensibility. But if we rewrite this with like the surface divergence, then this acts on P is a projection on the tangential part of the velocity, but this is coupled to the normal part. And by looking at this, one nicely see how these two things are coupled. So any change in normal direction, so shape change essentially, together with curvature, is coupled to tangential flow and the other way around, right? So in this sense, these two things are coupled. Well, then what is different? Maybe I have some friction term here, so that means friction with maybe the surrounding bulk material. And I have a Lagrange multiplier. This is to enforce this volume constraint inside. Right? So this is our model we would like to solve, and Marino and Antonio proposed such a model in the context of like biomembranes, and then Marino also put it in a broader context and then introduced some numerics for this, and we essentially extended the model and derived some more general numerics. So some words about this numerics, how to solve such an equation. Well, we have a surface mesh. It's a triangulation of the surface. We have some higher order description of the surface. We use the so-called isogeometric surface finite element method to solve that. It should be Taylor-Hood, yeah. To solve the Stokes problem, we use Taylor-Hood type element P3, P2 elements for velocity and pressure. And we use an arbitrary Lagrangian Eulerian approach in the sense that our approach is Lagrangian in normal direction. So we move the grid points with the normal velocity, but Eulerian in tangential direction for describing the flow, and arbitrary in the sense that we also move grid points in tangential direction to maintain regularity of our mesh. And one ingredient here is this contracted Gauss-Weingarten equation, or the Chook trick in numerics. So we relate the mean curvature to this component-wise Laplace-Beltrami of the identity or the parametrization. This gives us the curvature, and then we move our grid point in normal direction, according to the normal velocity. And this leaves some freedom for moving grid points in tangential direction, and this is what we use to maintain our regular grid. And then for the constraints, the non-local constraint on the volume, we use some Newton iteration. Now, there's no numerical analysis for this set of equations, so all what is available is like for Stokes flow on a stationary surface, and their theory says that we get some convergence, and we actually get for like an arrow which measures here the inextensibility in space and time, the same order of convergence with this approach. And now it's applied to the Stanford bunny. So we start with like the shape and zero velocity, and then it evolves. So what you see color-coded is the magnitude of the velocity and then some Lick visualization for the flow field. And well, you see this coupling between flow and shape evolution, and at the end, this converges to a equilibrium shape for like our Helfrich energy for constant volume and constant area. It's going to be a oblate-like shape. Okay, so that works, but of course that's different to our Drosophila gastrulation, right? It's just a passive process. It's energy minimization so far. And so one ingredient which one might add to get closer is some activity. And activity here meant in the sense that we want to add growth to the surface. And one way to consider growth is to not having this equal to zero as before, but some function, some positive value. That's an approach which is typically used or was first used in like modeling tumor growth in like bulk materials. Here on the surface, it's the same idea. And now, considering our bunny at the equilibrium shape at the end, it was something like this oblate shape. Now, if we systematically do this and relate like the volume to the surface, we get this what is called reduced volume. So this is 1 for a sphere, and then if we increase the area, this is reduced. And then we can look at the equilibrium shapes, and there are different branches and so on. So the bunny was somewhere here. However, if we do this and here use some local growth on the top, that at some point our algorithm leads to some self-intersection. So there's nothing in the model which prevents that. That's of course not very physical, and we need some way of preventing this. And there are tools available, and we chose to use well, an energy and an additional force coming in our equation, which allows for self-avoidance. And the energy is this tangent point energy, and the ingredient here is this tangent point radius, which enters there. And for any 2 points, x and y, on our surface, we have to compute this radius. And I sketched like 3 different points, like 2 points which are close to each other in their geodesic distance, but also in their Euclidean distance. And then this term is well, the normal and this vector, they are almost perpendicular to each other. So this thing this thing contributes, but at the end this goes in as 1 over r. So this term doesn't really matter. However, if we consider these 2 points where, well, the Euclidean distance is small, but the geodesic distance would be large, so this is something we would like to avoid, that they come closer. So then the normal and this vector, they are more or less pointing in the same direction. So this becomes, well, small, and this therefore quite large, and that leads to a large force. And in this sense, this prevents self-intersection, and well, there's theory available. If this p is larger than 4, something like that, then this essentially works. And however, the drawback here is, well, it's not only non-local, we have this double integral, right? So that's very expensive to compute. And there are various tricks available. People mainly in computer graphics are introduced, which some special data structure and some caching and whatever. So we adapted these tricks. Well, they mainly work with like linear meshes and elements, and so one can use part of this at least also for our higher order discretization. So that makes it possible to also compute this. And if you now look at the same example, like we start with such an oblate-like shape, have some localized growth in the center, and then we see the evolution. It leads to this indentation, if you like, and then forms such a stomatocyte shape. Okay. Now we can have a closer look what happens here. If we look at this, then due to the deformation, we have this flow towards some region, and it turns the outside inside to some extent. And we had yesterday this talk about R adaptivity. That's essentially also something we do here due to the strong deformations of our surface. We have to move grid points, and we do this in a way to kind of maintain regularity, but also we move points towards high curvature regions to allow for high resolution there. So also this works, getting closer to kind of the shape of our tissue, but still we need some further driving force, some active driving, and at least one way of doing this is to add an active driving and now different ways of defining activity in such models. The easiest way is some isotropic force, which models like the surface tension. However, this doesn't work due to the, we started with some inextensibility constraint. So we use some anisotropic fashion or something which at least results from that, which is an active geometric force. It's a force which acts according to the gradient of curvature, of mean curvature in our surface. And there are different ways of doing this, like an even and an odd, related to like even elasticity and odd elasticity, odd in the sense that detailed balance is broken. So in this sense, it acts like perpendicular to the gradient. Okay, so here an example. If we start with such a prolate-like shape, then we have a gradient in curvature and we have a different sign. So the flow which is induced by that is in opposite direction on this side and on that side. This induces this like twisting and leads to a shape instability. And this is quite cool. What's even nicer is that this is not just made up. One can actually derive this type of force from a more detailed model if we consider like an underlying nematic field in our surface and an active force in this nematics, then now by forcing that we have an alignment of the flow and the nematics, then indeed this force emerges from that. So there's some physical motivation for that. So that's kind of what is state of the art in modeling this process from a continuous perspective. Let's go to the second scale, our cellular scale. So what we are ignoring so far is that we actually have cells on the surface. Right now, let's consider for a moment that our surface is fixed, but we have like cells and model each individual cell on that surface. And we describe each cell, what you see here is the contour again, by a phase field variable, phi I. And it's on this curved surface. We have two ingredients. The first one is like Hilliard-like energy with some double well and a gradient term and the line tension or this capillary number here. So that would model like, and then we have like this conserved evolution for that. That is our regularizing part of the model. Then we have an interaction energy, which models well, interaction between the different cells. And we have a repulsive part and an attractive part. So the repulsive part essentially means, so it's just a rescaling. So, so if two phase fields overlap, then this contributes energy, so we don't want that. And the attractive part is it's here written as using the double well potential. But if you think about like the equilibrium profile, the tangent profile, then that can be related to the gradient term. So that essentially means if our interfaces overlap, this is coming with a minus, so this is wanted. So this is an attractive part. Now we have a minus in an energy, so that's maybe not so nice, but that's remained to be small, and all the other parts are more important on that. And now by tuning these two parameters, we can indeed come up with the cell-cell interaction potential. Here, the x-axis is the distance within the diffuse interface, let's say, and that's the energy. So we get some, well, Lennard-Jones type potential. Right? And if you look at this density here in such a network, then it's active only at this cell intersections. Okay, so that's this energetic part. And then we have some active part here modeled as some well, convective term, some self-propulsion with some strengths, and then EI is like the direction of movement we would like. And now, well, this is an angle defined in the tangent plane. Well, we have to have some reference, maybe the direction it was moving in the last time step or so. And for this angle, we have some rotational diffusion and some Wiener process. So to some extent, it's like an active Brownian particle, but with the additional degree of freedom that the shape can change, right? And the collection of this Brownian particles. Okay. Again, some comment on the numerics. So we use, again, our isogeometric surface finite element thing. And then we have some, well, let's say a macroscopic mesh, which we use for the shape evolution. And then we have, for each cell, we have adaptively refined mesh along the cell boundary. So we have, like for each cell, we have an individual mesh. And they are solved in parallel, each cell on a different processor. And only if we need to compute like interaction between the different cells, we require communication there. And this is done in such a way that we kind of virtually assemble the entrances in our matrices in such a way that we always use the finest resolution of the two different measures. Okay. So to some extent that scales with the number of cells, at least to like 1,000 cells or something like that, at least in 2D. And that's what we do. And here some description, first of all, like in 2D, here in some disk, you see the evolution of the cells, they all deform, the network is changing. And well, we have chosen the simplest possible driving force, like this random movement. There are various other possibilities. They have been addressed also, at least in 2D. So one would be to also solve some subcellular scale, like an active jail theory within each cell that leads to motion, or other things which have been proposed is to relate the direction of motion to the geometry of the cell, like the elongation, or also other higher order symmetries, and so on. We also looked at that. That partly leads to different properties. And let's maybe focus on this thing a bit more. So how to compute like this elongation, or the other symmetries. One nice way of doing this is so-called Minkowski tensors. And so Minkowski functionals, probably everyone heard of, are like computing the area or the perimeter or some curvature weighted thing. But one can generalize this to like tensors. And if we have this contour, we have a center of mass, and then we compute the integral of this going around, or some weighted thing between the radius and the normal, or some weighted thing with the normal and with the mean curvature. And well, in this special case, that goes back to our known quantities. So we use this one, so not considering the R value, but only the normals. And this gives us a nice stable description of the symmetries. And at least in flat space, we now routinely use this to identify symmetries like in such cell monolayers, like for p equal to 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. So that gives us the optimal orientation of this these things if we assume that like that would be the right symmetry of the cell. Now, what is nice about this is if we have this quantity and here only sketch it for like p equal to 2, then of course we could coarse grain that. We could interpolate this orientation over the whole tissue and get a continuous field for our nematic, and here visualized by this Lick visualization, and then identify like topological defects in this director field. So we get like +1/2 and -1/2 defects, and for all the other p's that also works. Now, why is this important? Because in this tissue evolution, such defects have been identified as like sources for like cell extrusion, or in this Hydra polyp, one finds here it's not actually the cells, it's some muscle fibers. One finds this defects at distinct geometric points like the foot and the mouth and so on. So these defects kind of are important, or assumed to be important for the evolution. Okay, so that's something to relate kind of the microscopic scale to a macroscopic scale. Now, drawback here is we want this not in flat space, but on a curved surface. Now, question is, can we extend this Minkowski tensors to curved surfaces? Now, first of all, there are nice tools now available to at least provide the experimental data for this tissue on like curved surfaces. And there's some work from like people in Santa Barbara. They use this rendering software Blender to essentially do this job. And but now, what is the surface Minkowski tensor describing the symmetry of this curved cells? And That's not so clear. That leads to some well, open questions. So we can't have like one distinct direction for such a curved quantity. What we actually get by generalizing this is the field of directions along the contour. That still describes the geometry, but it doesn't naturally give us a way to kind of interpolate this between different cells and gets a continuous field. So any idea is very welcome. Here we kind of stuck in the moment. So let's stick therefore with our simplest description of this random movement of a cell. Yes, please.
Is the problem you mentioned on the curved surfaces because you don't know how to sum for each cell these elements on the boundary because it's on a curved surface?
Well, it depends on the point you're evaluating that. So it's not kind of you can't kind of contract this and get one
Okay.
direction inside or something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But of course you could have this for all cells, but you still, I mean, to define defects in the field, I wouldn't know how to do that, right? Okay. So let's stick with our simplest model, or that's kind of the reason why we considering this. And so that's our model, like with this random movement here. And let's see how far we can get. And let's start with like the simplest possible surface, like a sphere. There are experiments done on like so-called anchis, where they track the nuclei of cells on something which is at least close to a sphere. And what they found is that they collectively rotate on the sphere. And so we have our cells. They are active, they move, they undergo some T1 transition, so the neighboring here between these two cells, they change, and now these two cells become neighbors and so on. And this is essentially the source for inducing flow on the macroscopic scale. Now, so we do this, and our model essentially has two material parameters. So it's the strength of activity that's considered here, and it's the capillary number that's considered here. Now, if we do some phase diagram by varying these two parameters, well, in classical models, like in 2D, one finds like a phase transition between solid-like behavior and fluid-like behavior. So this is here considered by measuring the mean square distance of our cells. However, on this sphere, we find also something in between, which essentially is our collective rotation. So the neighboring doesn't change, but all cells move collectively and rotate. Not always in the same direction, but the direction might change according to our random change here. But it's a collective rotation without any change in the neighboring. So that's something we already get with this simple model. Then there are other experiments which were done like on a cylinder. And for some cell types, people found that they more preferentially move along the cylinder than in longitudinal direction. And the question is, why is that? I mean, now well, our curvature comes into play, and with our simple model, it doesn't work. One reason for this behavior is that cells actually respond to curvature. they align with principal curvatures directions, depending on the cell type, like in this direction or like that direction. That's certainly an effect which comes from like their 3D nature, but it can also be related to like, well, extrinsic curvature effects. And in the theory of like liquid crystals which are tangentially aligned to like which live on the surface and are tangential to the surface, there have been contributions in this direction which say if we consider like extrinsic curvature effects, then this essentially means that we have this component-wise derivative of the director field. And if we rewrite this, then it's our covariant derivative of this, but this additional term, B was the shape operator, which essentially gives us this effect that like our director aligns with this principal curvature direction. So that's an effect from the extrinsic curvature. And now we use this quantity in our phase field context by adding an additional energy contribution. So essentially D, the director field, is now described by, well, the elongation of our cell. So if we integrate over the contour of our cell, then this is the phase field approximation of that. So if we add this, and depending on the sign of this prefactor, we either get an elongation of our cell in that direction or in the other direction. And now we modify our active driving, or the direction we're going to move in such a way that we say, well, we take the eigenvector pointing in elongation direction and want our new direction to be, well, close to that. Okay, so essentially these cells preferentially move in that direction with some random movement. And if we do this, then indeed we get that we collectively get more rotational motion or azimuthal velocity. So if we do some statistics here, in this shown in this chymograph for all the cells over time and so on, and average this, we see that preferentially we have this rotation, and a bit more systematically for different curvatures of our cylinder and different extrinsic curvature contributions, we have more motion in azimuthal or in longitudinal direction. So we can model this effect by adding these terms. Okay, so the model now would consider like something like that. However, this requires to characterize the cellular shape for general surface. That's still an issue. And this additional term, well, requires a very fine resolution of our cells. So to bring this together with our macroscopic scale is probably out of reach in the moment. So let's try again with the minimum model. Forget about all that and still stick with this generalized active Brownian particle. Now, what is the coupling between the two scales? Well, how does the macro scale influence the microscopic scale? This we already have seen is by our surface operators, of course. So our cells respond to our surface. But more interestingly is probably how the micro scale influences the macro scale. Okay? So we had our macroscopic problem, but now we replace all this flow part by our multi-scale phase field, multi-phase field model. So we have all our cells, they move, And due to their movement, they generate a tangential velocity field. So here a sketch in 2D. So we have these cells. They move. Well, we could consider like the cell centers and compute a velocity of the cell centers and then interpolate. That gives us a velocity field. That would be our tangential velocity field. However, that's a rough approximation due to the change in shape of our cells. We could also think about some other approach which accounts for that better. So if we have a cell contour at two different time steps, we could ask, if we only have the contour, what would be the optimal velocity field to go from one contour to the other? And this can be solved by like an optimal transport problem. So we can do this for each cell and get a continuous flow field. This is shown here. That's some very recent work. And one can compare the two things. They differ in details. And so we have this velocity field, and we can do this on a curved surface as well. We get this tangential flow field. And while here everything was inextensible, we don't have this quantity anymore. However, we at least approximate this. Our cells have a constant area. So locally, we have this constant area, and then as a result, also the global area is conserved. Okay, so we get this this flow field, and then the next question is how to describe this bending. Well, the bending we keep, however, we modify the bending rigidity or this bending capillary number, and consider this as a function of the underlying microstructure. So I was mentioning that if we consider like well, pneumatic fields, the defects or so, they are responsible for like cell extrusion and so on. So we think about that these are weak spots in the bending. However, I also mentioned that we are so far unable to resolve that. So let's think about some other way of modeling this. And what we do is, well, we think about our cell arrangement like as a 2D material. And there, like in graphene or so, it's known that like at defects where the number of cells is different, like here at this location, this thing starts to buckle. So that has an effect on the macroscopic bending quantity, and and in biological tissues, something similar has been identified. Maybe not with a number of cells, but like at vertices, so-called rosettes, where I don't have three neighbors, but more than three. So these rosettes are also identified like as like weak spots where they allow for deformation locally of the tissue. Okay. And one quantity which we can easily access is like the number of neighbors. So we now say that our bending rigidity depends on the number of neighbors. So locally it changes from cell to cell. If you have 6 neighbors, everything is nicely ordered. It is largest, and then it decreases. So this is of course some phenomenological way of describing this, but it leads to different bending, and then we smooth this a bit. Okay, so that's the idea. And now let's see what the effect of this is. And so we start first with some moderate numbers of cells and no activity. Again, I look at this reduced volume and the equilibrium shapes in the continuous theory. Now I have 2 examples. One example with 12 cells. They are perfectly arranged. They all have the same size. as a result, they all have four neighbors, or five neighbors, sorry. So our bending rigidity is again like a constant, so we have the same effect as our macroscopic model. Well, we have a sphere and there can't be anything, but well, if we reduce this, then it deforms and still keeps like the same prolate-like shape, like the continuous problem. This goes on for a while, but after some time, or after some threshold, the cells here are no longer that happy. They deform, and then we get a different network with some cells which only have 4 neighbors and a cell which has 6 neighbors. And due to this, it's no longer isotropic, and the shape deforms. And we get this, whatever, it's this bean-like shape. And this strongly differs from our continuous field. Now for like 32 cells, they are arranged in this soccer ball thing with like 12 cells which have 5 neighbors and 20 cells which have 6 neighbors. And then, well, if we reduce the reduced volume, then it kind of forms such an icosahedral-like shape. So we have these weak spots at the cells with 5 neighbors. So we induce larger curvature there. But at some point, it can't maintain this symmetry, and we still get like a prolate-like shape, but with this locally identified spots for like larger curvature. Okay, so this is already some difference. And now we incorporate activity. Now in the first example, where we still had this prolate-like shape and they all have 5 neighbors, so what happens? It induces motion, collective motion, and the cells move. Here the trajectories of the centers of mass collectively and give us some rotation. If we are in this bean-like shape, the situation is a bit different. So the cells don't move on the shape, they kind of rotate the shape. So it's some rigid body motion of this. And so that's also a new effect. And now we can look at like, I think it's 92 cells on some volume and area ratio. We see the number of neighbors and how they move, and they change their connectivity, and by this also change the bending rigidity. And then that leads to different shapes. And we can also identify the flow field at some time step here, leading to this coarse-grained description, and gives a first approach towards a two-scale model for that, where like the cells, their deformability and activity induce this shape evolution. So that brings me to the conclusions. So we discussed some macroscopic model for this fluid deformable surfaces with area growth, self-avoidance, and then geometric active forces. We discussed some microscopic model which resolves the cells using some multi-phase field model on an evolving surface with short-range cell-cell interaction, with a random movement. So for more realistic models, one probably requires characterization of the cell shape and all the other things I mentioned. And then coupled the two things, and that leads to already new effects, some collective motion, some shape instability. And as I said, we have activity and deformability on the cellular scale which induces collective behavior and initiates shape changes. And we have a back coupling. Also, the cellular behavior depends on the shape. And maybe some outlook why that might be important also in a biological context. If we think about this growth within a confinement, and here very mathematically we have a sphere as a confinement, and we have a sphere which grows, and now we induce localized growth at some point, let's say along the equator, and have some local flattening on the North Pole to break symmetry, then this induces this imagination at this flattening, totally independent where our local growth was. So the point of indentation is determined by some imperfection, if you like, and presumably we don't even need this, this local flattening. Also some weakening of the bending rigidity, maybe as a result of the reset or disclination, as I proposed that, would be sufficient. So at the end, that means that we have a very robust mechanism which tells us where such imagination should start, and then totally independent of where things grow, this will happen at exactly that point. That, of course, requires some experimental validation. Okay, with this, I'm at the end and should thank our funding. It's some from the German Research Foundation. It's our research unit on vector and tensor-valued surface PDEs and our cluster of excellence in physics of life. Thank you.
More questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Two questions in two separate points of the talk. The first time that you introduced this geometric, active forces, they were of completely geometric nature, but then you said that liquid crystal models could lead to that. And so I was seeing that they depend only on the geometry. So maybe the liquid crystal variables have been minimized out because they adapt to something like that. So maybe it would be interesting to consider more general models in which there is a separate variable for the nematic. And then for the story of the cells on a cylinder, there are other type of cells that have adhesions and stress fibers. So I guess that yours don't, and so this is very different. But there again, it would be a less fluid-like and more solid-like behavior of the cell could be another interesting thing to explore.
Right. Thanks. Yeah, totally agree. Maybe on this comment. So what? Well, we have a quite general model for like active nematodynamics on surfaces, where we introduce this active nematic force. Well, it's complicated to solve, so we can't do that in the moment numerically. But due to this active nematic force, you induce tangential flow, and you have this alignment of the flow with your nematics. And in this sense, if you assume that this alignment is instantaneous, you get this automatic coupling with the geometry, right? So that's the idea. And by doing this, one can indeed derive this forces. Okay, but of course there are some approximations on that, and it's not clear if you would solve the full problem if you directly get that. And concerning the other part, this one, yes, of course, there are various different theories why cells do that. So what we, so one theory is to say that like these fibers which are sketched here align with the principal curvature directions in the sense of some liquid crystal theory. this is kind of what we model by considering that these fibers also align with the elongation axis of our cell. But there are, of course, other hypotheses, like a simple 3D picture of the cell, and as you mentioned, various other things. And well, this is one way of describing that.
In the Stokes-Helfrich model, what is there an effect of the Stokes part on the? So you did a gradient flow and obtained these oblate shapes in the end. Is there an effect of the Stokes part on this?
On the equilibrium shape, not. I mean, that's the same equilibrium shape, but the dynamics is totally different. It's not only faster. We also showed that if you start with some configuration and just do your L2 gradient flow of this energy, also with area and or local inextensibility constraint and volume constraint, you might end up in some local minimum, maybe the other path, the other branch. And adding this flow actually helps to avoid that. So the dynamics is different. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's an impressive tool, really. And I have a question about the model. If you can go to slide 11. Yeah, slide 11, there are some equations. So I want to be sure if I understood what you said. So yeah, the state variable is u, which is a velocity field, right? And u is living on the surface S, and you update the shape of the surface with u. Okay, that's okay. And then you have another state variables, which is fi. And fi is maybe the next slide or 2 slides after this one.
Yeah.
Okay, this one. So you need, say, a reference pattern of cells. So you have many i from 1, no, many i from 1 to n. So the number of cells. And then, okay, this is the evolution of the state variables. How do you couple these state variables with the u state variable?
No, I don't do that. You probably could do that, and then consider some overdamped limit in tangential direction, if you like. So I don't have a like a hydrodynamic model for our cells, but so I consider this cells, they move and they change shape, and out of this I generate a velocity field. And okay, it's sketched here only in 2D, but you could do this on the tangential on the surface as well. So if you like, that at least gives you the tangential part of the u, but we don't solve for the u as a macroscopic variable. It's just a microscopic description of that, and then out of this movement of each cell, we generate a velocity field. But we don't need this velocity field in our model. Well, we have the cells, we track them, and so on, but essentially only the cell arrangement enters in our bending problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, I also have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So you introduced the self-avoidance for the whole surface. But I was wondering whether for cells there is anything that sort of forbids arbitrary elongation of a single cell.
We don't add something like this here. So we start with some configuration. So these cells have some initial area and some initial shape, and then well, that so far was sufficient by well having a line tension as some regularization, and then we have this conserved evolution, so the area of each cell is maintained. While in extreme situations that might happen that cells split. It depends on the parameters, so we choose the parameter so that this is not going to happen in our simulations. And then, well, we have this, well, penalize this overlap by this interaction potential, which is sufficient to prevent that to happen. But we don't consider any special concerning the topology of each cell. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. The other question is more basic. So you, in one of the initial videos, you showed the convergence to a minimizer for the Helfrich energy, which is has the shape of like a blood cell. Or is there a rigorous proof that minimizers of that energy, if you constrain maybe the volume or the surface area, are actually axially symmetric?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we here refer more to the like physics literature of like Seifert, who did all this, but assuming that they are axisymmetric.
Yeah, this is what the numerics shows. But
right.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
there's no
our here and well. Ours not, but in this there it's assumed, in Seifert's work, we always get axisymmetric shapes, but I guess that doesn't count as a proof.
There's no rigorous proof yet, right? That okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we can. Oh, okay. One more question.
On linear numerics. So I'm very curious. You have two different meshes, if I understood correctly. One for the evolution of the geometry, and the other one that describes these things, right? So, and the coupling between these two meshes is done through refinement of the previous mesh, or they are totally independent. And if they are totally independent, how do you couple?
No, they are not totally independent.
Okay.
We always have one mesh, and this is evolving, like I described. But we adaptively refine this mesh to resolve the cell boundary for one cell, and we do it differently if we resolve the other cell.
Okay, so the evolution of the refined mesh is due to the coarse mesh.
Yes.
Okay, and you only compute the evolution of the coarse mesh.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, it's just too expensive to work with this fine mesh. Yeah.
All right, so I guess we can thank Axel again. So our second speaker is Professor Arroyo from UPC, and he will talk about Gaussian morphing at constant area by sliding in metasurfaces inspired by Euglena cells.
Yeah, so a very long title. So good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to give this talk. I'm sorry I have to use this Zoom thing, but my cloud service failed and I had to redo my slides, but it's okay. I mean, I managed. Okay, so so thanks again. So this is my slide about Gauss, why morphing is difficult because you have to a thin solid sheet because you have to stretch, right? And this is due, as Aaron explained yesterday, to this different scale of the stretching energy versus energy. Now, one thing that is very remarkable is that biological systems, biological thin sheets change shape all the time, right? So, for instance, the plasma membrane is adopting all kinds of different shapes, and shapes have to change to accomplish important functions. For instance, caveoli, which are like flask-like invaginations, they need to flatten, to change shape by disassembling some scaffold of proteins to protect cells from excessive stretching and breaking. Now, at a higher level, cytoskeletal sheets like the actomyosin cortex needs to change shape for instance, during cell division. Cells of sheets, like epithelial layers, like Axel introduced before, need to change shape. And this is an example of the Drosophila that Axel showed a nicer movie, actually. And even at larger scales, organs such as this one of the whale needs to change dramatically. Okay, so how do they do it? How they come around this fundamental difficulty imposed by Gauss's theorem? So in different ways. So one way that often animal cells, so now I'm talking about cells, do it is through surface fluidity. And this is a nice movie that shows you how a tether is pulled out of a neuron, and then you can see the fluidity of the plasma membrane. And now the actomyosin cortex is also a fluid-like surface because it's a network, but it's turning over. It's building itself all the time. Cross-linkers are detaching and attaching. Filaments are depolymerizing and polymerizing, and it's end up being a fluid surface. And even at the tissue level, often these layers, not always, behave like fluids. And this is a fish developing. And you see how this fluid is first spreading and then flowing to form a three-dimensional shape that then becomes more than a thin sheet. Plants, they do it in a different way. They often do it through plasticity or growth. So at the level of the cell, the cellulose filaments, they slide, they are synthesized, and then at the organ level, so we had a very beautiful talk yesterday of how this growth can actually use Gauss's theorem to perform morphing. So today I wanted to talk, time permitting, about two biological systems that are textured, in which you have a surface with lines, and how these different systems enable the reshaping. So how they maybe use this principle of Gaussian morphing to change shape. So first I'm going to talk about a single cell, and I've shown earlier how plant cells or animal cells perform this shape changing by fluidity or growth or plasticity. But the tree of life is very diverse, and you have all kinds of different organisms, and many of them are single cells, are protists. And protists are known for performing the functions of life in very unique ways. So each of them, finding the solution to moving, to feeding, to etc. in a different way. So in this tree of life, I'm going to focus on euglenids, and in particular in Euglena cells. So let me introduce you how these Euglena cells, what they are. Okay, so these are aquatic single-cell organisms that are elongated, that are roughly 50 microns in length, and typically they will swim using a flagellum. Okay, so they will have a couple of flagella. They will be beating, and they will be moving around in a fluid in this fashion. However, sometimes they perform this very different mode of locomotion, or this movement by which the outer surface is changing shape dramatically, but not in a very organized and concerted way. So you see this an example of a cell performing a repetitive stroke, and you see the flagella beating as well. And here you see another cell performing more complicated and less symmetric deformations. So here you have another collection of Euglena cells moving. In fact, this system is very accessible, so it's basically present in any water pond that you will see. So it's very easy to go to Google and find microscopy aficionados that show all beautiful videos about how Euglena cells are moving around. And in fact, they were first observed by Leeuwenhoek, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this well, with this microscope, where he was struck by this green motile animalcules. So he was struck by the fact that they would be, they are green like plants, but they are moving like animals. And in fact, to insist, this is a mode of locomotion that is very different from that of other cells that are very, less concerted and disorganized. Okay, so how do they do this? Okay, so the key is the fact that they have this striated surface called the pellicle. Okay, so here you have this a wide family of unicellular organisms, but a subset of them, those that have many strips, a large number of strips that are often arranged helically, are those that are able to perform these shape changes. So what is this pellicle? So this pellicle is basically a cortical complex. It's complicated, and it's made out of proteinaceous strips. Okay, so these are like rubber-like bands, and they are connected by microtubules, by a complex where you have microtubules along these junctions. The plasma membrane is in the outer part, and presumably there are motors here that power the active sliding of these long strips. And then by performing this sliding in a way that is patterned in space and in time, then this will lead to shape changes. Okay, so a cartoonish way of seeing it is imagining this cell, one of the cells as some of them are more elongated. So imagine that you have one elongated cell with all the strips that are parallel to the axis of the cylinder. Okay, so you can imagine that you open up this cylinder, you slide them uniformly, and then you put it back, and then you see that you end up with a different shape. In this case, it's a shorter cylinder. You see that the shortening, it's shorter and thicker, and you see that this shape change is associated with a change in the helical arrangement of these strips. Okay, so why does it do it? So this is not the topic of this talk, but I'm going to say it briefly. So initially, and Luca is here, so it's great to see you. I mean, this was done like many years ago. So, it was, proposed as a model for swimming, right? So we put these things in a fluid, we analyze the hydrodynamics, and indeed they swim. It's a non-reciprocal motion, but they swim 10 times slower than with flagellar swimming. So people are very skeptical that swimming is really a function for this behavior. And instead, we looking in Google in movies that you can find, we found this nice one where you have Euglena in a dense bacterial suspension, and you see that here the flagellum is beating, but it's hardly doing anything. And then this is a long movie and it's beautiful to watch. If you look at it, you end up convinced that the crawling is useful to move in confined environments. So to study this further with Antonio and also with Giovanni, basically Giovanni did these experiments where he considered he tried to understand the role of confinement in a more systematic way. So in dilute cultures of Euglena, they would just beat their flagella and swim. However, in crowded cultures where they were hitting each other, would start rounding up and exhibiting these behaviors. And then when confined between two plates, then they would robustly perform this motion. You see it here, and then you can further see the relation between the arrangements, the geometry of these strips with the deformation of the cell. And then Giovanni also put them in capillaries of different diameter. So with big diameter, they would just swim around. They would just swim. Then the contact would trigger these motions. They would run, they would turn, and then upon further confinement, you would see this robotic-like behavior where they would start performing this peristaltic crawling on the capillary, and this would work even in very tight confinement. Okay. Right. So this is about why we think they do it, but then we said, okay, can we try to go back to engineering and use this principle to create materials that would exhibit the ability of changing shape. And then if you I mean one way to think about it is to I mean most of the methods to create surfaces that change shape somehow are able to locally change the metric of the surface, right? So one way is to use these pantographic deployables. Another way is to induce this differential swelling or inflation. So we heard a talk about this yesterday. Another one is through kirigami or origami, where the cuts or the folds are able to release area in a given way and induce shape changes. And you know, if you think of the functionality of these systems from an engineering point of view, you see that there are a number of limitations. So one of them is that some of them, like kirigami or these pantographic deployables, become sparse as they change shape. Another general issue is the control of the mechanical properties of the morphed surface. Another one is that the morphing capacity is limited because the subunits can change shape up to a degree. You know, the origami fold can only deploy that much. The pantographic sub-element can only change shape that much, and so on. And furthermore, they are not reusable or modular in the way that basically one shape transformation you know, is equivalent to one design, so to one pattern of the underlying material, which is not true for all of them. Like this Resh origami, you know, the same pattern can develop many shapes, but then it's extremely floppy and difficult to control. Right. So we said, okay, so can we? So now comes when I try to show you the toys in my. Sorry. Just a minute. No, not a minute, a few seconds, please. Yeah. Yeah, so here are my toys. Yeah, so we wonder how to implement this, right, as a material, right? And the idea is very simple. The idea is that we came up is to have rods, right? So these rods, they can bend, they can twist, they can bend in all directions. So they are flexible. And they have a geometry that allows them to lock to the next rod and slide freely, okay? So you see that they can slide and bend at the same time. And you see that shape changes are related to sliding. So you can have a correspondence between the way they slide and the shape that this has. And of course, you can, you know, put many of them together. So this is not really a structure, you know, it's falling apart. So this one has a little rubber band that holds them together. And then this thing, you can, you know, morph it the Gauss way. So this is a sheet. It looks like a sheet of paper, but, you know, you can really do a sphere. So this is my way of getting a sphere, right? Do you see? You can make a saddle also. And you can make many other shapes, as I will show you. You know, you can make shapes that have saddles and positive Gaussian curvature and so on. So you can also put them as cylinders. So like the minimal pellicle that I showed you. In this case, you know, when you have a little bit of practice, you can come up with shapes that look a little bit like the cells, but they can do other things, you know. It can, and then, you know, I would need a little bit of time to take it back to another shape. So maybe we can do it over the coffee break. And then, you know, this one has like rubber bands at the ends to prevent that this will open completely. You know, you can come up with different shapes. You can manipulate them. It's like a basket, and it's also like clay. You know, it feels interesting. You can try later on, and you can even invert it. And you know, maybe I can do this later over the break, but I can take this out here, and you know, it's you can do many things with it. And I'm going to try to tell you the limits of what can you do with this. Okay, so this is the idea of this Lego brick of surface geometry, where you control sliding, and this gives you a control of shape. So this is for two. Of course, you know, here this is unconstrained. If you put Z blocks, you can constrain it, right? So you can fix the shape, right, by controlling sliding. So this can be like very floppy, or you can fix the shape to some degree, of course. And yeah, and these are a number of shapes that you can do with these tubular assemblies, right? And you can do like pleasing objects like a lamp that would change shape. Okay, yeah, and this is interesting. I mean, you can put it on over your body. It feels like also like an interesting object. Right, so you can also do these maths, and there, it's more difficult for me to control it with my hands, but I will tell you later how we do this. You can from the same math, right? And this is the point I want to make, right? So all these surfaces are made from the same initial object, which was a tube. So the same tube can lead to all these shapes. Now the same math can lead to all these shapes, and what you see here is the map of local shear. Okay, so there's a local shear that in this case is uniform, in this case is not uniform, right? So this is a scalar that will tell you how many of these little connectors have I slided in each point. So this is a map of the sliding that will lead to this shape. Okay, and this is a Gaussian bell, a monkey saddle, a spherical cap. Then you can trim it to get the sphere that you want. This is a physical realization where you have physical stamping of this math over a surface, and then Gauss's phase, which is like an iconic example in this field. Right. And these are two realizations, right? Here you see that the nose is along the strips, here is perpendicular to it. You can also put it at an angle. Right. So how does this work? Okay, so in fact it's quite easy to understand a lot with a slide. So what you can do is you can take one of these maths and you can put them in the UV plane, right? So this would be our parametric domain in such a way that the V coordinate is along the strips. And then you can consider a map to 3D, right? And then here, this would be the natural tangent vectors of this parameterization, but then you also have the normal, and then you have B, which would be perpendicular to the normal and to the tangent vectors to the strips. Okay, the V ones are the ones along the strips. And then you can compute the first fundamental form, the second fundamental form, and now you can compute something else, which is, thinking physically, that the stretch of the rods will be the square root of G, right? So this is how much the parameterization is stretching these coordinate lines. And then you can also think about the connectors, right? Because this is not restraining the length of XU, right? XU here is huge, right? Because this point was here and here, and then it's here, right? So XU is very large. So this is restraining another thing, which is the product, I call it here the stretch of the connectors, right? Which is the product of XU times B, times this vector that is perpendicular to the tangent vector, to the rods, and to the normal. And this is the formula for this vector. And then if you have, and then you can also compute the gamma, so the amount of shear with this formula, you end up computing this. And then, if you have an inextensible rod, which is a reasonable limit, right? An inextensible, you can fill it later. So there's a little bit of slack, but very little. Then, this is one, and in this case, this is this Gauss. Oh, I'm going to fall eventually, which is a relation between the first fundamental form and this sliding between the rods. Okay, and in this case, you can compute the Gaussian curvature, and it takes this form, right? Okay, so this is how this works. How you induce the metric by sliding, right? This is basically the point. Now you can think of this forward morphing problem, which is given a domain and given gamma of UV, find an isometric embedding of the metric tensor induced by pellicle shear, which is a map such that this holds. So here, this is data, and you need to find the map up to isometry, of course. And then you can think of the reverse problem, which is given a surface, find a domain and a program of shear such that the resulting map parameterizes this surface. Okay, so let me first tell you about the axisymmetric problem, because this one is very simple, and it's interesting also, as you can see. It's a case where we find it interesting. So in this case, one way to parameterize the deformations is like this. So this would be the reference configuration, V and U. So this is one way to parameterize this. R0 would be the initial radius. So this would be the radius, right? Like in the radius of any point that initially was at position V. Z would be the vertical position, and psi would be the azimuthal displacement, right? So what is the new angle of this particle, right? Because they twist, you need to take care of it. Okay, so in this case, for the forward morphing problem, you can get it almost explicitly. So first, you obtain that the radius is explicitly related to the amount of pedicle shear, right? So if I measure the radius of this point relative to the axis, and I know the initial radius of this cylinder, I can directly know how much sliding has happened here. And then I get these expressions that I can integrate for psi and for z. So I can get an explicit, almost explicit formula. And you see that there's an embeddability condition, right? Because I need to take the square root, so the pedicle shear cannot change too fast. Then there is a reverse morphing, and I try to sketch how it works here. So basically what you can do is you can, given a shape, so now we have a shape only. So basically we have a relation z of z as a function of r, right? So by piece, and it can be like reentrant, but piecewise, by pieces I can see it as a relation between z and r. So I can now differentiate this and plug these expressions, and I will get a differential equation for the sliding that I can solve, right? So as long as f is C2, I can solve this. And in fact, you can use this to construct like a little app where you provide like a spline curve, and this will automatically tell you how this looks. And there's no unique solution because the radius of the initial pellicle, you can choose it, right? And this you will get like a one-parameter family of realizations of this shape. Right. So in 3D, we have to go to numerics, okay? As similar to what you discussed yesterday here, there's also this geometric crisis, right? So if you go beyond this embeddability condition, then this will buckle. And in fact, this cell, I mean, maybe I don't have time, but let me play it faster. This cell is kind of experiencing this crisis because it seems to be going beyond this point and buckling in all different ways. Anyway, okay, so thinking about the reverse morphing, this is something that is ongoing. So let me tell you an idea that Jan, which is a postdoc working with Antonio, is developing. So his idea, so the way I was doing was by stamping, okay, which sort of works sometimes. But his idea is the following. His idea is that given a surface with any parameterization, what he's doing is to draw parallel lines, equispaced parallel lines on this surface, and then flattening it, So the problem is, so he splits the problem in these parts, and the first one, to solve the first one, what you need to do is to find a unit and divergence-free vector field on the surface. And then if you find this, then you can flatten it in a way that this trees will be straight. Okay, so this is something that you cannot do always, but you can do in many cases. So he also sketched one situation in which this would not work. Okay, so it turns out that you can express the Gaussian curvature as, so kg here would be the geodesic curvature of each rod, so the in-plane curvature of the rods. So here, for instance, this k is 0, but kg is not 0 for every rod. So it turns out that the derivative of the Gaussian curvature in this b direction plus this Gaussian curvature square is equal to the Gaussian, but the geodesic curvature square is equal to the Gaussian curvature. Okay, so these are relation that happens between the, yeah. Okay, so this is what it is. So if you take k constant, then the solution of this differential equation is a tangent that has singularities, right? So this is to say that the way he frames it is that if you have too much positive Gaussian curvature, you may end up with this singularity. And in fact, in this Gaussian problem, if the bump is too high or you go too far away, you hit it here, and you get like something that becomes very narrow and whose height doesn't decrease so fast. Okay, so there are limitations, which is not surprising, but within a broad range, numerically, we have like these algorithms to solve the forward and the reverse morphing problems. Now, like yesterday, I'm following the flow of geometry and mechanics. So now there's something that I didn't tell you, which is that the first try was a failure because these strips didn't have these little dents here. And then, this meant that these strips were very difficult to bend in this direction. And when trying to morph them, the only thing that we're able to get are cylinders. Okay, so what this is telling you, but in theory, this is you can get many shapes, right? And we were not able to get these shapes. Okay, so this is telling you that the physical realization of these rods matters, that the mechanics of these rods matter, which is not surprising. By the way, all these are surfaces of constant Gaussian curvature. Okay, so to think about the mechanics of these assemblies, what we realized is that all of these objects are physical rods, of course, and this, following the classical theory of rods, you can identify like 3 strain measures. So U1 would be the bending of the rod in this direction, U2 in this direction, and U3 in this direction. And this D1, D2, D3 would be a frame attached to the cross section of the rods. And then something that is very important, and then our goal is to connect the mechanics of one rod to the mechanics of the assembly. And in this case, there's something that is very useful, which is that we call the Darboux hypothesis, which is basically the fact that the very construction of these sheets imposes that the directors of each rod are a Darboux frame of the surface, meaning that the director D1, which is this one in this direction, coincides with the normal of the surface. So in this case, you can identify the strains of the rod in terms of the first fundamental form and the second fundamental form of the surface. Okay, so the deformation of the rods, so the geometry of the rod is tied to the geometry of the surface in a very precise way because of this Darboux hypothesis. And for instance, U1, which is minus dV of F, which is basically gamma, which is the shear, is the geodesic curvature, right? So the geodesic curvature of these rods is the rate of change of sliding along the rods. Then U2 takes this form and U3 takes this other form. And U2 is the normal curvature. And then what you can do is you can write down, and if rho is the density of rods per unit surface, which is not changing because this is preserving area, then you can write down a continuum elastic energy for this metasheet by adding up all the energy of all the rods and expressing this as a function of the parameterization of the surface. Right, so we can revisit this problem now, because in this case, B1, which is the elastic module associated with in-plane bending, was like infinite. And in this case, this means that the geodesic curvature of all the rods is 0. So all the rods are geodesics, but they are equispaced. Then we went to a talk by Professor Podman years ago, and we saw something that was discussed about this Jacobi equation, where you can write it in this way, where W is like the lateral packing of geodesics, and this obeys this differential equation. In our case, the lateral packing of geodesics has 0 derivatives because it's constant, basically, and therefore the Gaussian curvature needs to be 0. And because this surface is axisymmetric, we can be more explicit, and in fact, you can show that gamma prime is 0, so gamma is constant, and this is the cylinder example that I showed you earlier, and there's no other possibility. Okay, so this is an example of geodesic shell, but geodesic shells are made by planar ribbons that can bend only in one direction. But in this case, we have the constraint that all these geodesic shells, geodesics are equispaced, and this is a very strong constraint, and we can only get a cylinder. Okay, so then we wondered about a complementary case where B2 goes to infinity, okay? So where this will be able to bend in this direction, but will not be able to bend in this direction. Okay, so in this case, and then I'll tell you how this is realized. In this case, the normal curvature is 0, and these are asymptotic curves. So we know that this is a family of equispaced asymptotic curves. Again, following this paper by Professor Podman, we know that the curvature has to be less than 0. I don't know what else can you say. But if you make it, right, so, and this is the way we make it. So it's like this geometry, but with a continuous rod in this and this direction that makes it very difficult to bend in this way. We get surfaces of negative Gaussian curvature, and in the axisymmetric case, you can actually show that there's only a one-parameter family of possible shapes. And if you put a boundary condition, there's this is rigid deployable. It can only do one thing: to interpolate the plane and the cylinder. Okay. And these are asymptotic shells, right? Which are made by like these ribbons that are perpendicular to the surface, which in our case have to be equispaced. Okay, and yeah. And then in general, this would be like a cylinder that you compress. Okay, up to a point. In general, the shape will depend on the choice of these parameters. Okay, so these are examples of different choices of these parameters that lead to different shapes. And if we get the physical parameters and we put them into the model, we can reproduce the experiment quite accurately. Okay, so this red shape is a shape with the bending and torsional rigidities of the actual rods that are being used here. And this is the way that these figures were generating, by considering this theory and then just mechanically stamping it, which is another way to solve this reverse morphing problem. Okay, so I'm about to finish. I'll have time to say something about the other part of the talk. So we've seen that this solution doesn't have this sparsity problem, right? Because the density of the material is constant as you have this morphing. We don't have limitations about the locking of the subunit because sliding is infinite, right? So the only limitation to changing locally the metric is the length of the rods. You can always make them longer. This is difficult to do, right, with 3D printing, but presumably you can do it in some other way. And then you can lead to more extreme shape changes. And then it's reusable, right? Because it's basically a modular system. So the same structure can lead to many shapes. But then let me go back to the mechanical properties, right? So even if I've told you that the mechanical properties of the rods, control the shapes that you find, this is still like something that falls apart, right? So it's clear that there are many things that you can do, right? So this is just a little experiment of how you can, actively shape them by using a Bowden cable, right? A Bowden cable is what you have in the brakes of your bicycle, right? So you can put cables that will control the tension conjugate to the sliding, right? This one has like two antagonistic ones, two bending one direction and the other. It doesn't work very well. because I'm very bad with making devices, not because the principle doesn't work. But another way to think about to implement this is with this idea of putting like tense ropes, right? So this tense rope is symmetrically arranged. It limits the amount of sliding, but then you can put many more of them, right? And then if you put many and they are extremely tense, this will become like a Gauss rigid object. But then you can control how many you put, in what arrangement, with what tension, and then you can control the firmness. So this is an idea that we have just started analyzing, I mean, playing with. So for instance, this is an example of a sheet like this that has 5 of these things very tense and it's very firm. You put a given weight, it almost doesn't it doesn't develop Gaussian curvature. This one has only 3 ones that are very floppy, and it's like more, maybe more comfortable. and this is a way that we're thinking that really can help us control the mechanical properties of these assemblies. Okay, so for this part, this is my summary. So reshaping a thin sheet is difficult, but in biology, this is done in many different ways. So possibilities are surface fluidity, growth, plasticity. But in the tree of life, there are other solutions. So this is like curved crease origami. So that we didn't hear about in the meeting, but it's a beautiful paper that you can read of. It's another protein that develops extreme deformations, presumably through this unfolding of curved crease origami. And I focus on the sliding between strips. And then I've showed you this idea of having this modular system where you have this Lego brick that you can assemble to get pluripotent tubes or sheets. Okay? Right, so maybe I'll tell you a little bit about the other part of the talk, right? I think I have time. So, yeah, and of course, I want to thank the funding. I mean, I'm acknowledging all projects that have already expired, but this has been going on we've been doing it very slowly, right, Antonio? Too slowly. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about the other part that is in collaboration with Cheveter Pat, Pau Guillamat, and Atai Beck, and two former group member Walid and Pradeep. And it's related to what Axel was discussing before. And it's about how morphogenesis can be related to another kind of striated surfaces. In this case, these are surfaces that this is an animal, a multicellular animal, but that exhibits like a strong striation with nematic defects, so some kind of surface nematic order. And here, these lines that you're seeing here are supracellular actin cables, so contractile cables. And this, the study of this has prompted a lot of research in terms of how, these defects correlate with the morphogenesis of different features in this animal. Okay, so and this is my introductory slide about nematically guided morphogenesis. So you have a nematic field. You know that a nematic field is a nematic field with this kind of energy will lead to defects. Okay, and in fact, elongated cells. So these are very simplified systems. So these are cells that tend to elongate, grown on a disc. So they are confined. Because of the disc and the parallel anchoring that these cells want to do, this will have a +1 nematic charge, and they typically organize into 2 +1 plus. I always get confused. Yeah, I think +1 half defects. And then if the system is fluid, then this is very funky because the activity acting on this defense can lead to a number of dynamics, such as rotating defects that move perpetually, or of turbulence. If you put it on a surface, the Frank energy relaxation can lead to geometric features where the defects are. And then if you have activity, then they will move. And these are experiments in a system with vesicles and microtubules and molecular motors. And there are simulations by Walid, a former student that now is at EMBL Barcelona. Okay, so let me introduce a system that I'm going to be telling you about. And we call this cellular nematic elastomers. So what you're seeing here is a culture of fibroblasts. And as you can see, initially, this culture is okay, so I screwed up. Yeah, is not very dense, and the cells tend to be elongated, right? And then these cells start dividing. They reach confluence, and now they are really laterally packed. And now they develop nematic order. But because they grew without knowing where they were, and they also develop defects, right? Like +1 and -1/2 defects. And then the nematic organization of the system freezes. And this happens because these cells are secreting ECM, are secreting extracellular matrix, they are secreting fibers. They are secreting fibers also in a nematic pattern. And these fibers become a solid, which is cross-linked by the cells. And then the nematic order doesn't change anymore, okay? So eventually this becomes like a cellular nematic elastomer. And the elastomer part is this ECM that you're not seeing is that the cells are secreting along their own orientation and that freezes this nematic organization. Okay, so Pau, through traction force microscopy, took like hundreds of these defects, analyzed the traction, so the forces that this sheet was making on the substrate. And as you can imagine, these are active units, active contractile units. They are sitting on a substrate and they are frozen. So they are trying to, to contract in this direction, and this will create a traction pattern to balance these forces, right? These in-plane forces. So he could create this, he could measure these tractions that you can see here, traction patterns for these kinds of defects. And then through the pattern, through the tractions, you can infer the tensions, and you can infer this kind of nematic tensions where this part wants to contract, this part tries to expand, so along the defects. Okay, so these are pre-stressed, if you want, cellular nematic elastomers. And then he said, okay, can we program this nematic order? Okay, so for this, he developed a system where you have a cell repellent peg, and then he prints lines of fibronectin in a way that the cells will orient along the predefined pattern of adhesive molecule. Okay, and then they will, secrete their own ECM. And here you see, here he draw pattern, lines like this. Here he draw these lines, aiming at a +1 defect. Here he draw these lines aiming at a -1 defect. And you see that as cells grow, they eventually follow this programmed nematic order. Okay, and this thing works, and he can, he can form like large patterns, or very large, like several millimeter size colonies with controlled nematic order. It's not complete control because there are things that cells just don't want to do, like +1 defects. Even if you try to program it, would split into +1/2 defects and so on. And then, as you can see as you can imagine from what I mentioned earlier, as this pattern of nematic order is developing when cells divide, there's also, when you reach confluency, a pattern of tractions on the substrate that is consistent with this active pre-stressed nematic sheet. Okay, so focusing on this minimal nematic pattern, he could reproduce it. You can make it, and then you can measure these tractions. You can infer the tensions. Okay, so you have a control of cellular tension, the tension on this cellular nematic elastomer. And then you can also do other minimal experiments, like adding 4 defects, adding 6 defects, and in each case you have tractions, and then these are simulations performed by Walid, where what he did was to take a hyperelastic block, so a non-linear elastic block, and to put on top of it an imprinted nematic pattern that are the contractile cells, and then compute, what are the tractions on the solid, that would balance this surface pre-stress. And then he's getting patterns of tractions that are very similar to the experimental ones. Okay, so now this, rings a bell because this is really very similar to liquid crystal elastomers, where you have a pattern nematic field, and then you have some kind of shape change of these molecules, right? And then this leads to a shape change that you can program. Now, in our case, this local change along the nematic pattern would be due to the contractility of the cells. So if we were able to detach these active nematic elastomers, presumably they will change shape to accommodate this incompatible field of active tension. Okay, so this is an example of such an experiment where what he did here was to add collagenase. So it's basically an enzyme that is dissolving the adhesive protein between the cells and the substrate, and you can see that this leads to motion out of plane. And this is another example. You see how there's a front of detachment, and then you get this kind of shape. And then, what Walid and Pradeep did was to then add these patterns of pre-stress on a non-linearly elastic shell, which is a very minimalistic model of how this thing would behave when you detach it. And then, just to make it sure, they would get these kind of shapes. So this would be the two defects in this direction. This would be the two defects in the other direction, where you get somewhat like a clamp-like shape. This would be along a diagonal, and then this would be the four configuration of defects that ends up in a flower-like shape. These are the simulations, or a four defect that would fold in a sort of program way, leading to this petaling, and these are the simulations. Okay, so with this, I want to finish. So thank you for your attention, and I'm open to questions.
Any questions?
I have a question about the second part. So you measure the tension, right? You are measuring the tension. Is it right? You show some.
Yeah, no. So experimentally, you measure the tractions,
The
right? So you measure the tractions. You measure the forces that these cell sheets are making on the substrate, and then you can infer. But this is an ill-posed inference because there's not a unique tension field that is consistent with the measured tractions. You infer the tension.
Okay, so the question is, you show a plot with the tension and as a scalar. So the question is, is it the tension along the nematic line?
Yeah, right. This is what was.
So is the tension field that the direction is different from point to point, right?
Yeah.
And do you think there is also a normal component of this tension? So if I measure, so I don't know if I can measure, but the tension along the orthogonal direction is zero or is different?
Yeah, so this can be addressed in different ways. One is by doing these laser cuts. So you can cut along the direction and perpendicular to the direction. If you cut along the direction, you see a big recoil, uniaxial recoil. If you cut perpendicular along the direction, you almost don't get recoil. Another one is to have like a rectangle, a line like this, and to detach that, right? So this is a very minimal example. So the example is not great because the cells don't like to have this orthogonal anchoring along the lines. But you can still make it sort of work. And then if you detach it, basically this shortens in one direction and almost doesn't change the length in the perpendicular direction. Okay, so this points at the idea that basically this the interplay between the elasticity of the sheet and the active tension leads to a uniaxial contraction.
Thank you.
regarding the first part of the talk, so are there ideas or attempts to develop actuating mechanism like within the sheet, like to drive the shear, a controllable shear, possibly reversibly?
I mean, conceptually.
Yeah.
I mean, this
experimentally.
Yeah, I mean, experimentally. I mean, yeah. I mean, any suggestion is. I mean, this is as far as we've gone, right? So to have cables that will drive the sliding in different directions, and to have a distribution of these cables that you can. But yeah, but we're not very. Yeah, this is as far as we've gone because, yeah, I think this also depends on the scale, right? If this is big, there are many things that you can do possibly, right?
Yeah, yes, but if there would be a way to program a local inducible shear, big or small, it doesn't matter, then you could activate it and like in the gels or in the matic
Yeah.
Pre-program the sheet and activate it, activate the swell.
Yeah. I mean, something that we've looked at with computations is to say, okay, imagine that these rods have an inducible spontaneous curvature, right? So then you can see very well that if you have a cylinder and you activate the spontaneous curvature, this will lead to a reshaping. And this gives you some degree of programmability. But then, somehow our idea is, okay, can we get any shape because without having to imprint a predefined program? And then I'm thinking that you would need like many more controls with this control sliding to implement it in a sheet. Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no further questions, so we can thank Professor Arroyo again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we resume with the last talk of the morning. So it's a pleasure to introduce Professor Gita Kutniok from LMU, and she will talk about reliable and sustainable AI from mathematical foundations to next generation AI computing.
Yeah, thank you so very much for the very nice introduction. Also, thanks for the invitation. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here. So I'm coming from the area of mathematical foundations of artificial intelligence. So I have to apologize before that it's not, let's say, the focus entirely on geometry. I mean, there will be some geometrical aspects, but what I hope is to show you what the contributions of mathematics these days are to artificial intelligence, how important it is, and also show you maybe links where your research and also in particular geometric viewpoint could contribute. Yeah, so somehow a little bit to whet your appetite for this, from my viewpoint, I mean, very exciting, very rewarding area. And I think we know how important artificial intelligence is these days. I think everybody worked with ChatGPT and other things like navigation systems. But there are also main problems. We know hallucinations, AI is not reliable as we expect it to be. We also know there is a huge energy consumption, and I would like to show you what mathematics can contribute and how important mathematics is in that respect. Show you also some, let's say, mathematical results in this direction. And again, I mean, everything will be a bit sparkled with geometry aspects. Okay, so let's start. I think we all know that we are at the beginning of the fourth industrial revolution by AI. AI is not a hype. It has come to stay. And we see our daily lives changing frequently. I think of self-driving cars, robotics, telecommunication. Also in Europe, sensitive areas like the whole legal system, our whole job market are changing due to AI. AI tools are also introduced to that. And I mean, we are here in science. I think there's not one area in the sciences which has not witnessed a paradigm change through AI at this point. And that's also how I came about it. I worked before in imaging sciences, and then basically AI swept the area. And so then I changed my research in the direction of understanding AI from its depths. And I'm still working to a certain extent in imaging sciences, but this is now my main focus. And so if you look ahead, I think during the next 5 to 7 years, we're expecting a radical change of our society in its full breadth. I think there will be not one area which is not, let's say, changed in one or the other way. But as said, I mean, there are still major problems, and mathematics has to play a role in that, and I would like to give you a bit of insight into that. And also, I mean, let's say one of my statements is AI is actually mathematics, and you will understand what I mean by that. So one of the challenges we observe today in AI is reliability. So we all know, I mean, robots, also self-driving cars are robots. We know from the media there are still many accidents, so this is not at that reliability level as we expected to be. One can hack into those systems. We have problems with privacy. We're living in Europe. Our European values are privacy, protecting the data, but these methods are really data hungry. That's also another main problem. And also, I mean, these methods are typically inaccessible in a certain sense. They are black box deciders. We don't know how decisions are taken, and also decisions can be biased, which is certainly a main problem. So therefore, one current major problem worldwide is the lack of reliability of AI technology. And I mean, many believe, and I belong to that, I mean, this can only be solved by deep mathematical understanding. So this is absolutely essential, and I think right now also more and more people, even in the computer science community, realize that. That's one problem I would like to talk about. The other is the energy. So maybe, I don't know if you're social media, maybe not, maybe yes, but you might have seen. So in the S, I mean, there are these hyperscale data centers, these GPU centers, and what they typically do is they build one new one and they build the nuclear power plants right next to it to provide enough energy. So in Europe, we might not want to do that. In Germany, we actually cannot do that. So in that sense, this is one major problem. I mean, the problem becomes even more severe. So let me also show you this figure, which comes from the Biden administration. So you see here the world energy production. And don't worry, there will be formulas. I just want to whet your appetite a bit and show you, I mean, the importance of also contributing maybe to this area. So this is the world energy production, and I would like to show you now the curve, which is just the energy we need for communication, also communication between AI agents. And so this is how it looks like. And you see the problem. I mean, you cannot use more energy for communication, else we produce worldwide. So if there's a limit, this is it. So this is with the CPUs. Maybe you used APC for your let's say compute. If you go to GPUs, where AI is usually in, I mean, it's a bit better. If you use new hardware, we can lower this curve even more. And then if we use mathematical tools, we can lower it even more. So this is in communication, this post-Shannon theory. Is there a new mathematical theory? So the main point of this slide is, first of all, sustainability, energy efficiency is extremely critical. And secondly, so changing the algorithmic side is nice, but it needs to go hand in hand with the hardware side. And so this, I think, is not only true for the area of AI, but maybe also for many other areas, so that the hardware actually, we might not always think about the hardware, but this also plays a serious role. Okay, so let's now take a mathematical perspective. And again, I would like to show you that AI is mathematics. So AI is nothing new. It's actually quite old. It started with McCulloch and Pitts in 1943. And they wanted to introduce artificial intelligence. And the way they wanted to do it is we humans believe we are intelligent. I think everybody might agree of you. And so what they wanted to do is they wanted to develop a mathematical model for the human brain. So the human brain consists of these neurons. So you have some incoming signals here, they are computed here, and then the neuron fires. And so this is the mathematical model for it. So let me walk you through that. So you have here the xi's, these are the signals traveling towards the soma. They might be amplified, these are these weights. Then the soma reaches the decision whether to fire or not, and it does so by comparing the sum, which is now in here, with the bias term and applying a function, an activation function. There are numerous choices. What people typically take is the max of 0 and x. And so this is now one of these artificial neurons. We connect that to an artificial neural network. So all of these neurons here are now these artificial neurons. So we move here from R4 to R3. And if we connect everything, this is what a deep neural network is. It's nothing else than a highly structured mathematical function. Yeah? And so you see the ingredients coming up here. Yeah? You see the activation function, which is this. These are univariate functions, and they are applied here component-wise. And then here you see these affine linear terms. You see all the weights collected, the biases collected in vectors, here in matrices. And so in that sense, I mean, the number of affine linear functions coincide with the number of layers in this neural network. So I think the main message here is, so if we talk about AI, if we talk about here neural networks, so this is mathematics. Okay, so what are the key questions we want to answer? So let me walk you once how you actually apply neural networks. So you apply them as an approximator. So what you do is, I mean, you have, I don't know, a function you want to learn. It could be a function on a manifold. It could be a classification function. Yeah, so computer scientists like to separate cats from dogs, but you can also think of many other things. Yeah, so you have your sample values here at hand. So this could be, for instance, images with labels, but it can be also anything else. So you have these samples, you split them into two parts, into a training and a test data set. So the test data set you forget. Then you have to decide which approximator to take. And that is already, and I talked with Helmut about that last night, it's a lot of trial and error. Yeah, so there's actually no clear rule. You try a lot of different things. You try different, let's say, number of layers. You try a different number of neurons in each layer. Yeah, and still, I will say in a moment, I mean, that there's a bit of mathematics in that direction already, but yeah, so still people, I mean, do a lot of trial. And once you have set up the architectures, I should say, maybe I go back, the free parameters are these weights and the biases. Sorry, I should have said this before. So the weights and the biases, these are free parameters which you can train and which you can modify. Also here, the weights and the biases. Okay, so, and these are typically in the millions or billions even. Okay, so then once you have your architecture, you now optimize. And so, so I said you want to learn the weights and the biases, and you solve this optimization problem. Again, let me walk you through that. So you have here the neural network function, which depends on these free parameters. You apply that to xi, so which are the samples. And this you want to be close to f of xi because the neural network should approximate f. So this we know. And the L is a loss function. It could be the square loss, the difference squared, for instance. And so then you sum over the training samples and you optimize. And we already heard in one of the talks, I mean, gradient descent is a very established method for that. But since M is typically in the millions and you cannot compute a million gradients, you do this what's called stochastic gradient descent. So what you do is for each run, you randomly select some of those samples. And then you just compute the gradient for that and hope that this gives a good average. So you see already the delicacy of all of this. And certainly, I mean, already here, analyzing these algorithms, there's a lot of geometry involved, because you optimize over very general, very complicated landscapes. And then you have this stochasticity, which also makes things extremely difficult to analyze in which of these local minima you end up eventually. Anyhow, so once you solve this problem, stochastic gradient descent, then you use your test data set, which the network has not seen, and you check whether this is still a good approximator of f. Okay, so what are the key directions? The first is people call that expressivity. I mean, I should say computer scientists are extremely good in finding catchy names. So maybe from mathematics, you will say approximation theory, expressivity, I don't know, sounds maybe a bit more catchy. So this is the question, which aspects of a neural network architecture affect the performance? So this is pure approximation theory, typically. So you have your class of functions from the neural network with your parameters. You have your function space, which you want to approximate, and then you're asking what are the approximation rates. So how good can it approximate that? So this is platharmonic analysis approximation theory, typically. This is the most developed area so far, but again, I mean, we are not at that point. And again, we talked with Helmut about that last night. You have an inverse problem that it tells you this is the optimal architecture for your problem. So this is the goal, but we are not there yet. The second is learning, stochastic gradient descent. Yeah, so it's a highly non-convex problem. Why does it converge to go to local minima? And so people now use a lot of different tools, certainly optimization, optimal control, but also people from, for instance, algebraic differential geometry enter this area because, yeah, so for instance, it depends also on the geometry of the local minima, where eventually this algorithm ends up, and so on. You can do a lot with geometric tools in that direction. Then generalization. Yeah, so now, I mean, we need error bounds for the performance on the unknown test data set. That's also, I mean, for applications, important. If you want to apply that to critical infrastructure, you need these bounds. And so people use, I mean, this goes typically in the statistical range, learning theory, probability theory. And I should say, if you view this problem as a statistical learning problem, you see exactly the three components showing up here. This is the approximation error of the hypothesis class, the error the algorithm itself makes, and the out-of-sample error. Well, so these are the three components. And then there's another direction which comes really not that naturally from mathematics, but it's extremely important, which is explainability. So now you have your network, you have your function. It's a bit like an operator identification problem. Yeah, so you have your function. You want to now understand it reaches the decision, it has an output, an outcome. What are the key ingredients of your, what are the key ingredients of your input to reach that decision? No? It's now the law in the EU. Every AI technology has to come with such an explanation, whatever that means. Yeah, so and I think mathematics really has to play a more prominent role there. Okay, so now the plan is for the talk I would like to tell you a little bit about generalization. One result we derived in this respect. I will also touch a bit on explainability, and then I would like to also talk about sustainability, energy efficiency, because that's basically at my heart right now. And in each of those, I think, yeah, as I said, I'm not a geometer, but I mean some geometric aspects will come out. Okay, so let's talk about generalization. So generalization, just to show you the big picture, you might be familiar with statistical learning theory or not. It doesn't matter. So yeah, so you have here the hypothesis class. These are the neural networks basically, and you have here the error. The training error certainly goes down. The larger the network, the better you can fit the data. No? So that's not so surprising, but the test error after some point goes up. That's what people call overfitting. Yeah? So the approximation is too good, and then you have other samples, and they might be misclassified. That's well known, well understood, but this is where we live today. Yeah, so you see the left-hand side coincides here, but now we have this right-hand side. If we enlarge more and more and more the network, the hypothesis class, things become really good. Yeah, and so this is what people say, the larger the better. Yeah, choose the largest network which fits in your GPU. Yeah, and that's nice, but I mean, for mathematicians, we would like to be maybe a bit more specific. So there are a lot of different approaches which are thrown to that. And I would like to now here come to maybe a different aspect. It's a generalization of normal neural networks, graph neural networks. So graph neural networks work on functions on graphs. Yeah, so graph signal is a function from graph nodes to RC. So basically you have a graph. Maybe you can call it also a mesh. Yeah, so you have a graph, and at each node you have a feature vector. And there are numerous applications where this is important, maybe very prominently, unfortunately, fake news detection, yeah, anomalies in these graph neural networks or in graphs, also chemistry, and so on and so on. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't need to tell you, I mean, how important graph structures are. So now, I mean, this generalization question. So first of all, for graphs, remember, I mean, we have activation functions, we had these affine linear terms. So how does it look now for graphs? So first of all, a graph neural network consists now not only for weights and activation functions, but it also has this pooling aspect, which maybe we don't talk that much about. But so the weights for graph neural network and for graph convolutional network are convolutional kernels. Yeah. So basically, I mean, you have a convolutional kernel, which you then move around on this graph. Yeah, so this is the weights. Yeah, so this is how the weights are set up, and you can do that spatially, or you can do it spectrally. So spatially is easier. So that's typically what is done. Spectrally is a bit more complicated because you have to use a bit of mathematics, convolution theorem. But we will go more into this direction. Now, activation functions, you just, for each of, let's say, these nodes, you apply your activation function. So this is nothing different from the normal neural network. And also you can view the Euclidean space as a specific graph. So, just a very straight graph structure. For these convolutions, because this blows up kind of the dimension, you have a pooling aspect, but maybe not, let's not go too much into those details. So now, the generalization question. So you have different types of graphs, and you can ask now the question, you have one of the graphs in your network, in your training data set, and maybe the other in your test data set. So you train it on this one, and you want to test it on this. And so you're wondering, you train it on one, does it generalize to the other? Now, these two are kind of alike. So you have these two graphs which look kind of alike. They have kind of a similar shape. And so you can ask a sub-question now. You can ask, so now if two graphs model the same phenomena, we will make this more precise. Can we then show this generalization ability? Can we then show if the neural network is trained on this, does it have the same repercussion on this one? And so for that, we will drive a complete analysis. And I would show you how one can do that, and also how we say that these are, in a certain sense, geometrically alike. And then for these, let's say, classes of geometrically alike ones, we prove this result. Okay, so first of all, we need a little bit of notation. Graph Laplacian, I think most of you, I guess, are familiar. So we have for a graph, we have a degree matrix, we have an adjacency matrix, we have the unnormalized and the normalized graph Laplacians. And I think we all know this to a certain extent encapsulates the geometry of the graph. So we have different frequencies here. If you look at the graph Laplacian eigenvectors, so I think this is, I guess, familiar with everyone. So now, these convolutions, how do you typically define that? So you have this convolution operator on a graph, on a function on the graph, and this is typically the definition. So what you do is you look at the eigenvectors of the graph Laplacian, and then you have here some, let's say, some coefficients, some filters with which you convolve, and this is usually the definition of a convolutional operator. So you have here the function on your graph, you have here the graph Laplacians, and then you have here basically what you can choose for your convolutional kernel. As this is standard, this causes problems, because first of all, what you need is, if you want to compute this, you need to compute the eigendecomposition, which if you have a large friendship graph, is just impossible. So, and also there's no general FFT for graphs. But most importantly, if you have, let's say, a graph, and now you modify it slightly, so it should remain in the same class, then these eigenvectors can change a lot. And these remain the same. So there's no way the convolution operator is stable under small perturbations of the graph. Okay, so what do you do? In this case, so you look a bit into mathematics. We have this beautiful theory, functional calculus. And so also there, I guess you all know how that works. So you have self-adjoint operator, and you can apply functions to it. And if you use a rational function, then you can exactly even write it down what g of t is. Okay, so and the key idea is now to go from this basically discrete version to a continuous version. So what we now do is we define the convolution in this way. So instead of having here this discrete object, we now choose a continuous object, namely this function g, and apply that to the eigenvalues of the graph Laplacian. And this is now our convolution instead of this. So what is the advantage of this? Well, we went from, let's say, the discrete to the continuous, which is always a good idea. It gives us a little more tools. But most importantly, now if these are changed, these counterbalance the change of it, and we can show stability. Also, we don't need to compute the eigendecomposition, because as said, if g is a rational function, we can write this down immediately without even computing the eigendecomposition. Yeah, so in that sense, I mean, going from, let's say, here to here, solve this instability problem and also the computational problem. So this is nice. So now, I mean, yeah, so this transferability, that two graphs are alike, there are various definitions for that. Yeah, so you can say one is a perturbation of the other, you have this topological space sampling, you have, let's say, metric space, and you view both as a sampling of that. And also there's a graphone approach, which is like a limit object of graphs, where you have a sequence of graphs converging to this graphone. And then if two graphs come from the same sequence, then they are alike. Yeah? And so this limit object is like a continuous graph in a certain sense. Huh? So we will go with this. So we view now a graph as a sampling of a continuous metric space, in that sense that now if we have, let's say, a distance between two graphs, an edge weight between two graphs, this goes down as the distance between those goes up. So there's a direct correspondence between, let's say, the distances in the metric space and the weights of the sampling of the graph. And so this is now what we do. Okay, so what is the key ingredient now of this analysis? Let's look at these two graphs. So what we do is, maybe it's not that difficult to understand, because we have now this continuous space lying on top, and this we can use as, let's say, transferring results from one graph to the other. Okay, so we put a generic signal on both of those graphs, on the continuous space which lies on top of both. We bring it down, sample it on both of those graphs. Then we use the graph Laplacian, which is adapted to the graph and the geometry structure. Yeah, the G is the same, which is the filter, but let's say the graph Laplacians are certainly now adapted to these structures, and then we lift it both up. And then we have a way to, I mean, certainly we can now compare these two. And so if we do that now, I mean, it's very technical, but then, I mean, we can show this result, which you see here. If we have two graphs with their graph Laplacians, we have our convolutional neural network, which with Lipschitz filters, we have these different graphs as we move through the layers of the neural network. And we have these two conditions, which are basically conditions. One is the transferability of just the graph Laplacian, the other the consistency error, so the density of the sampling. And then we have, and this is the most important thing, we have an error bound for the error which we make. Yeah, so what you see here is, once we have one graph, we move it to the neural network, and the other is we have the second graph and move it to the neural network. We compare the error, and so we see the formula here. And you see the number of layers comes into play, so this delta comes into play, and the D is let's say the constant from the Lipschitz filters, and then you have here also something with Pauli-Wiener spaces. So the key point is, I think you have a very concrete error bound here, which you can then use, I mean, to get stability for that. Okay, yeah, so you can extend it also to other networks. Maybe let's not go too much into details there. So now, I mean, so this is generalization. It's still a vast open field. What I would like to now, I mean, show you a bit is explainability. I think it's a very exciting area. I mean, it has numerous aspects, because if you have an image, what is in the image, which shape does it have, and so on and so on. It needs more mathematics, and I would like to show you just a little bit, I mean, what we did in that direction. So explainability. What is explainability? Yeah, so I don't know if you've seen these pictures. You have here a 3. The network says correctly this is a 3. And then the explainability approach puts a heat map on, showing which pixels were important for the decision. I mean, operator identification, maybe think of it, but yeah, I think it's very simplified. Okay, so here the network looked at these openings. That makes sense, because that distinguishes 3 from an 8. And here what you see is the network reached the decision that this is a horse. But this is the explanation, and you see the network learned something wrong. It learned just the name of the photographer, because in the training data set, each image of a horse had this tag of a photographer. So the network did the easiest thing it could do. Yeah, I mean, learning the shape of a horse is extremely complicated. Yeah, I mean, it's much easier actually to learn this. Yeah, and so that way you can find out that the network did something wrong. But now, I mean, these relevance maps, you can say, what is relevance from a mathematical standpoint? Can we talk about optimality? What about higher level explanations? Why should pixels be important? Maybe, I don't know, geometric clustering of these pixels. Ultimately, we would like to communicate with an AI like we would with a human for a decision. But for me, I mean, as a mathematician, it's always important. People produce a lot of these very fancy pictures, yeah, and it looks nice and looks maybe impressive to politicians. But I mean, the explainability approach itself also needs to be reliable, and I think that can be only done by a mathematical foundation. Okay, and I would like to show you now, I mean, one approach we derived, but I mean, I think this whole field is open to, I mean, everyone who would like to contribute there. Okay, so we use information theory. Don't worry if you don't know about that. In array distortion theory. So information theory in nutshell is the following. You basically see it here. My colleagues from information theory might be annoyed if I say that, but so information theory is basically, I mean, one person, she's always called Alice for some reason, has a message. She transmits parts of the message to the second person, always called Bob. And he has a distorted message, needs to decode it. So the rate is how much she sent, and the distortion is the error which Bob makes, and certainly there's this trade-off. Yeah, so the more you send, the less the error. And okay, so now I mean we phrase the explainability in this framework. You have a neural network, and now I mean Alice and Bob both have the neural network function. Alice has the original picture, yeah, and also knows if you put it in the network what it gets. Now she transmits parts of the message, parts of the image to Bob, hopefully the relevant part. Bob needs to put it in his neural network. He needs to obfuscate it, bring it back to image size, maybe with random pixels to not distort the meaning, could be other choices, and then he gets an error. Now, so basically, you have how much is sent, how many pixels, and then you have here the error. Yeah, so the error between the output of the neural network from this, so let's say, distorted image and the original. And certainly what we all want, we want to have concise explanations. And so there is also this so-called array distortion function. So you would like that you have very few pixels which you transmit, but keeping the error under control. Yeah, so you want to understand how much pixels do I need to transmit so that the decision is still the same as the original. Okay. Many of you might work in optimization. You will say this, you cannot compute. It's a combinatorial optimization problem. That's true. You can prove fancy results. That's NPPP complete. And then you can relax. So, I mean, I'm coming from the area of compressed sensing. That's basically the butter and bread to relax this, let's say, L0 norm to the L1 norm. You see here the distortion. You see here the relaxation of counting the pixels, which is the L1 norm. And then you see here the regularization parameter balancing between both, so that the decision doesn't change much and also that the explanation is concise. And so now, I mean, so you can use, you have a very concrete optimization problem, can use a lot of mathematics. I would like to also show you one result in the end, but let me just show you a little bit in between. So if you don't like pictures of that type, you can use what is called now a network to, let's say, fill it a bit more naturally. But maybe the most important point I would like to make is to get higher level explanations. We have worked for many years to derive representation systems, orthonormal basis frames for data, for images, for instance, wavelets. And so now you can also decompose your data into, for instance, wavelets, and then put these relevance scores on the coefficients. So then you have a very natural, let's say, decomposition, and also a clustering of pixels where you then know if and want to understand how relevant these clusterings are. Okay, so this is a bit like compression. So if you're familiar with that, so here you have your input image, you compute your decomposition, wavelets, or whatever your favorite is. You select the largest entries, you replace the others by 0 to get the compression rate, you reconstruct, and then you hope that these are close. Yeah? So this is classical compression. Now we do something a bit similar. We have our input image, we compute the wave fit coefficients, we select the largest entries. We now replace the others with random noise, or with our painting gun with random noise. We get the image back that will never be close to this, but that's not what we want. What we want is that through the lens of the neural network, these are close. So in that sense, it's in that spirit. And so let me just show you one example in that direction. So here you see the city map, maybe Pisa. No, it's not Pisa, but yeah, so it's a city map. You have here the cell phone users, these red dots. You have here the cell tower, this white blob. And the network computed this, what's called the radio map, which shows at each point how strong the signal is. Yeah, so here you have a lot of buildings obstructing your view to the cell tower, so you have a really bad reception. But then the network put here a area of bad reception, which is very strange, yeah? Because you stand right in front of the cell tower, you basically see it in front of you. So then you can ask, what is this algorithm? I mean, what did the network look at to reach that conclusion? And it basically looked at those structures. And what turned out later on was, I mean, these people also have not that great reception. What turned out was there was actually building missing in the city map. So the data was faulty, the network did something correct. So this you can find out. You can also find out if the network did something really wrong by understanding and laying on top of the image what the network has seen. Now I would like to show you one of our mathematical results. So this alludes to the fact that sometimes the explanation is not consistent with the original data. So here you have an image, you have the edge structure of the image. So you see. And then you have two different explanations, this and this, and the edge structures of those. And what you observe is that this edge structure is consistent, but here edges are invented. Yeah, so some shapes are added to the explanation which have nothing to do with the original image. Yeah, and that's certainly dangerous because then the explanation is not consistent with your original image. And so what we could show rigorously is that with this algorithm we developed, this does not happen. Yeah, so here's the result. We have modeled the image as an L2 function. And then, the X is the original image. The Y is the explanation. Now, instead of wavelets, we use shearlets, which are a further development of wavelets. And then you can show that if you look at the wavefront sets, the wavefront set of Y is always a subset of the wavefront set of X. Yeah, so no additional edges are invented. And so that means masking now in the space does not create new edges. So therefore, now you are on basically rigorous mathematical feet and can prove results of that type. And I think this area needs much more of that, let's say, type of results. And I think also from a geometric viewpoint, I think there might be a lot of, let's say, chances entering that. Okay, so now, so let me come to the last part of my talk. I talked now about kind of what you need maybe for reliability to ensure stability, but also the sustainability problem, is still there. And so what we did was we asked, maybe there are general limitations. Yeah, people look at this software a lot, at the algorithms, and we looked at now what you can compute on digital hardware. Yeah, because digital hardware you use, also for your computations, you break everything down to zeros and ones. And it could be that there's a systematic error which you make while using your digital, CPU or GPU, whatever you have in your computer. So the correct model is a Turing machine. There's this extensive computability theory, which helps analyzing whether a problem is computable on a certain, let's say, type of hardware, like a digital machine or not. And if something is not computable, sure, a practitioner would just put it in and you would get an output. But there's no guarantee for correctness. So all the mathematics will break down if you have, let's say, error bounds, which you computed and which you proved. but then your problem is not computable on the hardware you use. I mean, all these error bounds are basically useless. So what we then showed is that, I mean, certain problems, for instance, for finite dimensional inverse problems, are not always Turing computable. Yeah, so here's the result. So we looked at inverse problems, and I think Carola will talk about inverse problems a lot on Thursday. Yeah, so you have this inverse problem, you solve it by sparse regularization, by minimizing the L1 norm, you get a solution set, and so what we showed is that we cannot find a Turing computable function which approximates the solution set up to 1/4, which is far off machine precision. So there's actually a lot of research in this direction on computability, also, for instance, from Anders Hansen from Cambridge University, which shows that, I mean, certain problems are not computable, in particular also not by a neural network. So that doesn't mean you get always the wrong answer, but it shows there is something lurking in the background which could cause also these problems you observe with AI. And so we have many results in this direction on classification problems, pseudo-inverses. Also in the world of PDEs, I mean, there's what's called the complexity blow up. Yeah, so your input data basically for solving your PDE has polynomial complexity, but then the output is exponentially higher in the complexity, also for optimization problems. So that doesn't look that great, but I mean, you can drive this computability theory further, and then you observe, if you look at analog models, that then things work out. And so there's, for instance, Blumschup-Smale, maybe the names ring a bell. So they derived an analog model, an analog of a Turing machine. And so then things become computable. So that shows, I think, something very exciting. Maybe it is time for certain problems to also rethink the hardware we compute on. And there are exciting directions. I mean, quantum computing, I think everybody knows. Yeah, but there's also neuromorphic computing, where you aim to basically mimic the human brain more on the hardware itself. Also biocomputing, where people aim to compute with living neurons. And interestingly enough, this neuromorphic computing is also much more energy efficient, because our human brain uses much less energy in a certain sense. So the hope is to get to reliable, sustainable AI by next generation AI computing. And so let me maybe use the last minutes to show you a bit of mathematics in that direction. So first of all, just in general, this neuromorphic architecture, I will show you the formulas in a moment, is very different. Here you have a binary input, binary output, but here now you have a spike train as an input and a spike train as an output. The whole architecture is also set up basically like a brain to a certain extent with certain, let's say, computing units, which are then the neurons. It's considered more energy efficient, more robust, more fast. So what are the neural networks? The neural networks which run onto those this type of hardware are spiking neural networks, and also they are closer to the human brain. Yeah, remember, the normal neural networks computes things in a synchronous manner. Yeah, so we move through the different layers one by one. But that's not what happened in our brain. In our brain, every neuron acts on its own. And so here, if you look at this, and again, I will show you the formula on the next slide, but only that you see it from a higher level viewpoint right now. Yeah, so if you look at this neuron, it will receive potentials or inputs from different neurons at different time points. And it's building up a potential. Yeah, so here it receives the first input, the potential goes down a bit, the second input, and so on and so on. It accumulates that, and at some point it has reached the threshold, and then it fires. So timing is an essential component, and timing doesn't cost energy. Yeah? So also that's why it's more energy efficient. And there are numerous models up to stochastic PDEs to model that. And so here is the definition of it. So this is another directed graph. You have input neurons. You have these connections again between all the neurons. Every connection has a weight like before. It has a delay. And it also has a response function. And every neuron itself has a threshold. Yeah, that's the bias term, but it has this potential which builds up. Yeah, so that's this function which builds up over time, depending on to which neurons this neuron is connected, when these neurons fire, And each time it accumulates these weights and these response functions. And so, yeah, so again, I mean, yeah, so the potential goes up and so on, and then it drops down. And now, I mean, yeah, you can again, I mean, do mathematics in this direction. So here, this is this expressivity, which I told you before. You can view it in two different ways, from a, let's say, approximation viewpoint and maybe from a geometric viewpoint. Now, so here, people in this direction, as said, you have a function space which you want to approximate. You use the spiking neural networks and ask, when can you approximate your function space in the best way? Or you can view it as a tiling of your input space into linear regions, and then the more you have, the more expressive your network is. And so, yeah, so these are just some results, maybe to conclude that part. So what we did here was we have a normal neural network, we have a spiking neural network. We emulated one by the other. And so what turned out, the first result is now you emulate a normal neural network by a spiking neural network. Yeah, and so there you need a linear number of neurons, linear number of layers. That works very well. But the other way around is difficult. There you get these exponentials in. And this already gives an indication that spiking neural networks are somehow powerful, more expressive. And so to show the strictness, so we have many examples, many classes, like also here the minimum function, where you can show that then spiking neural networks are strictly more expressive, so you have a hard lower bound on their approximation capacity. And also for the linear regions aspect, so the, let's say, the other definition for expressivity, you can show that in some cases. Okay, so maybe, yeah, so maybe let me just show you. I don't want to go into the details there. Yeah, so this is another model. And you see, I mean, these models for spiking neurons gets more and more complicated. Here you see coupled equations. So in that sense, I mean, you have basically all layers of difficulty from mathematics, and you can ask questions like these are these different models. You can ask questions like optimal approximation rates. And also what we aim for is to analyze the energy consumption and have a rigorous metric for that, and then analyze which ones are better for certain classes. Okay, so let me just say, I mean, I'm part or basically leading this project, which is between two states in Germany, where now a mathematics-driven framework for reliable and sustainable AI should be developed, with applications in communication, medicine, and robotics. And so in this direction, I'm also thanking my team. I mean, many people who work in this direction now with me. So let me conclude. Yeah, so I hope I showed you that mathematics is extremely important for AI, for understanding these reliability and sustainability issues. There are numerous areas which now come into play and which contribute in all these directions: expressivity, training, generalization, explainability, which all aids to understanding reliability of AI. And so I touched a bit also upon, I mean, where maybe geometry could contribute, in particular also in the training part, but also in other parts, generalization. But then, I mean, the second part, we looked at sustainability, looking also in the direction of maybe embracing novel hardware, which might be also not only interesting for AI, but maybe also for other areas, so that this goes hand in hand in a certain sense, co-evolution of software and hardware. I think it's a fundamental aspect. And so my vision would be, I mean, mathematically reliable and sustainable AI. And I think it's a huge joint effort, joint in mathematics, but also joint and interdisciplinary across different disciplines. And yeah, with this, I'd like to conclude, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Is there any question?
Thank you. You have a question about this spike network. So you feed the network with spikes, but do you have to pre-process the data? So to get from data, you need spikes, and then you feed the net. So how expensive is this?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So unfortunately, right now, this is mainly ad hoc. So what you can always do is you have your data, you compute a binary decomposition of your data, and then you have the spikes. Every 1 is a spike and every 0 is not a spike. That's the easiest you can do, but maybe also not such a great idea. But I mean, all the other methods are ad hoc methods. So what is also missing in this field is, let's say, an optimal encoding strategy. How can you encode your data into a spike train? That's not there at present.
Okay, thank you. I have another quick questions. You talked about the graph, convolutional graph network, and you use a continuous kernel. The symbol was G.
Yeah.
So the question is, which are the learnables of G, of this continuous filter or kernel? How many learnables do you have?
Yeah, so that's also an excellent question. Thank you for that. So, I mean, G could be a rational function. Yeah, but I mean, certainly, yeah, I mean, if you're in a computer, you cannot, let's say, learn, let's say, a truly continuous function in that sense. So that depends basically also on your algorithm, how much you want to spend. So use as many parameters as you can, but still, I mean, so typically, I mean, G you can also view, let's say, as a combination of, depending on how you set it up, a combination of, let's say, either monomials, for instance, or also other types of functions, and then you learn the coefficients. I don't know. I mean, we've done some numerical experiments. I mean, the number of, let's say, parameters were, I don't know, 20, 30 or something like this. But so basically, you assemble G as a combination of continuous functions.
Thank you.
I have a non-technical question. So you mentioned the European regulations, and I was just curious how much of the explainability part that you have told us has made it into the current legislation?
Yeah, so there's actually an article which says explain it. So there's a right to explain. Yeah, so every AI technology has to come with an explainability approach, but this is a key problem, I think. Yeah, so you have formulated in these vague legal terms, and so now the question is how to make it, let's say, prepare it for technological checking. And so we have a project in this direction where we aim to, let's say, mathematize these formulas and these legal formulations. So for instance, for privacy, there's differential privacy. So you basically have mathematical formulas which tell you exactly what this legal term means. And so the goal would be that all these legal terms, you have, let's say, a very concrete mathematical formula, because with these legal terms, it's basically impossible to check technology in a certain sense. And so yeah, I don't want to debate too much about these regulations. Yeah, so maybe we can do it in a private chat. But I think this is, yeah, so nobody right now knows what explainability really means. Or what is required basically for fulfilling that article.
Thanks very much for a very inspiring talk. So in your presentation for the explainability and for the, I mean, you have images of the cloak, for example, and then you're saying, okay, you can somehow understand explainability by saying your algorithms do not add new edges.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this generalizable to, for example, GPT transformers or something like that? So can you actually do the same thing with something which is not an image and have a similar idea that somehow guarantees that you're not introducing new edges, somehow eliminating the hallucination part?
Yeah, so that's
a vague question, right? I understand.
No, but that's a great question. So I think in general, this approach we have based on information theory, you can apply to a lot of different settings. Now here, since we use wavelets and shearlets, this is for 2D images. So if you want to use it for, let's say, other types of data like text or so, you have to find different representation systems for this type of data. So here, this will not work. So this is specifically, I mean, for 2D, you can define it certainly in higher dimensional spaces, but if you really want to compute it, I mean, shearlets and wavelets, you can compute up to dimension, I don't know, 3 or 4 or something like this. So, and also, I mean, with these large language models, the question is, what is explainability there? Because you don't want to have, if you write a text, you don't want to have, let's say, the millions of documents ChatGPT used for writing this text. It won't help you at all. Yeah. So therefore, I mean, for these large language models, it's even less clear what explainability in that sense means.
So in a sense, what I'm understanding here is that this works extremely well when you're trying to build essentially autoencoders and trying to understand what the latent space is capable of representing. So is this a general thing that you think would be translating over to other fields like transformers or things like that?
I think that, yeah, I think that viewpoint could be translated to that, yeah. But I mean, the let's say the details, how you set it up, that's, yeah.
Thanks.
Right. So if there are no further questions, we can thank Professor Kutniuk again.
Okay. So welcome to this afternoon. Welcome all to this afternoon session. And the first speaker is Katia Bertoldi, and she will talk about inflatable morphing matter. Okay, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for the invitation, and sorry for not being there in person, but yeah, crossing the pond is not always easy, and I'm teaching just after this. So today I give you an overview of some activity we have done on the lab on inflatable morphing matter. So when we, all right, sorry, it's frozen my laptop. All right. So when we talk about inflatable structure, at least the first things that come to my mind are party balloons, right? But inflatable structure are not only party balloon. And, you know, in fact, if you go camping these days, very often you see that people put up these inflatable tents, and they're very convenient. One single piece, you inflate them. And then on the other end, you know, they are also being used to creating robotic structure that are flexible and can, for example, help handling delicate objects such as eggs. Now, I show you two movies. There have been many more examples that have been proposed of strategy to use the structure soft membrane in such a way that when inflated, you can get a different functionality, both morphing and also then have been used both for deployable structure and robotic applications. Now, if you look at all these very different structures that have been proposed and designed, they are very different shape, very different functionality, but they all share in common the fact that they all have an energy landscape with a single minimum that is correspond to the deflated configuration. Now, what is the implication of this? Well, the implication is that as soon as you lose the load, as soon as the load goes down, right, the structure wants to go back to the energy minimum, to the deflated configuration. And so you run into this sort of, you know, here you can see the one disaster sort of outcome where basically the structure collapses. All right, so now what another feature of all this structure is that a specific structure is designed to achieve a specific shape. So there is a one-to-one mapping between shape and initial structure. So here you can see a bending actuator. It says a PNUNET, came out of George Weissach group now 10 years ago, even more, 11 years ago. Now this structure bends, great, it's great at bending, but it can only bend. There is no way you can make the structure twist or, you know, elongate. So now what we are seeing is, okay, so this structure are a single energy landscape. And so it means that we need pressure to maintain deploy shape. We also seen that typically there is they have unimodal response, so they can only achieve one specific function. And this is a limitation when you think about robotics application, because there you would like to be able maybe, you know, to reprogram the structure. Reprogrammability is not possible. So then the question we start asking is, okay, can we overcome this limitation? And can we realize inflatable structures that are also stable in their deploy configuration? And can we also realize deployable structure that can take arbitrary shapes from when inflated with a single pressure source, so single loading but multiple outcome. So, and to answer and to explore this, we mostly focus on origami. And I think you are all familiar with origami. So the basic origami, we have a piece of paper and we introduce some creases, some folds. And this enables to realize the structure that can, accommodate large change in shape. It can go from a folded state to a deployed state. And here you can see some application of origami. So origami roughly 10 years ago started also to be applied, used as an engineering platform to realize structure with remarkable shape morphing capability. And here you can see some examples from the literature. And one interesting feature is that it has been shown that by carefully designing the pattern of the fold, origami can also be multi-stable. And here you can see a few examples. So now the question then we start asking is, can we combine inflatability with multi-stable origami to realize inflatable structures that are multi-stable? And today I present two projects that we have been working on. In the first one, we look at how we can use origami principle to realize multi-stable inflatable structure at the meter scale. And in the second one, we'll see how we can stack different origami multi-stable structure to realize structure capable of multiple deformation mode when actuated with a single pressure. All right, so let's get started with the first one. And the first project was work led by my former postdoc, Ben Garrison, and my former student, David Melanson. Now they're both faculty, one at KU Leuven in Belgium and the other in Canada. And it's a collaboration with Chuck Oberman from the Harvard Graduate School of Design. So here we are looking at deployable structure. So here in the background, you can see an example of a deployable structure, a mechanism-based deployable structure. Now, when we think about deployable structure, what are the features we are looking for? So first of all, we want this structure to occupy the minimum possible volume when folded. We want to be easy to store, right? We want to provide our structurally robust shell. We wanted to provide a protection from the environment. And we want also to lock in place after deployment. So we deploy them, and then we want to stay in the deployed state. And finally, we want also to be them easy to deploy. So now multiple strategies have been proposed to realize this inflatable structure. I show you the example of the inflatable TED. There are also many concepts based on mechanisms. Typically, mechanism, as the one I showed in the slide before, a limitation is that you also need to have a locking mechanism separate, right? Either a pin or a button that you click and then you lock in place. So then we started exploring different strategies to motivated also in working together with Chuck. And specifically, we look at origami as a platform to realize multi-stable, inflatable, deployable structure. So our building block is very simple. It's a triangle. So A, B, C are the vertices. Alpha and beta are the two internal angles. And you can see a 3D view and a top view. And now what we're going to do, we're going to deploy. So we are going to use this triangle to realize an origami. We are going to, put this together, tessellate the space with this triangle, for example, realizing a star shape as the one I show you. And then to deploy, what we are going to do, we are rotating this triangle around the edge BC. Now, for an arbitrary rotation, we see that the angle alpha in the projected view is not recovered. So that means that the face, so when we rotate the angle, we deploy our structure. And now what we see, it means that the face, there is some incompatibility. So they're going to separate or they're going to overlap. And this is highlighted by this red region here. So the deploy configuration is incompatible. So the faces are going to either break apart or overlap. Now, an interesting feature is for many triangles, there is a special rotation at which the angle is recovered. Now, if the angle alpha is recovered in the projected view, what it means is that I have a deployed compatible configuration. So the faces are all can stick nicely together. Now, why do I recover the angle? Well, this comes from the inscribed angle theorem that we all study in high school. So we consider angle, and from this theorem give us also the angle beta and the relation between beta and alpha, for which the angle eventually can be recovered. All right. So now that's the idea. So does it work? It's a very simple idea. Now the question is, if I can recover the structure, then the idea is this gives me a multi-stable structure because I have two energy minima corresponding to the flat and deploy compatible configuration. Now, when we realize this structure, we put elastic hinges, and this incompatibility is going to be absorbed by the hinges that are going to deform. So that's going to create an energy barrier that are going to separate the two energy minima. So now let's see how this works. So now I'm picking a triangle with alpha 30 degrees and beta 33 degrees. And now here what I'm plotting is the incompatibility. So this maximum separation that I see as a function of the deployment height. And now what we see is that initially there is no incompatibility when we start, but then at around a deployment, normalized deployment height of 0.8, we see that the incompatibility goes down to 0. So we have a compatible deployed state. Now the question is this reachable by inflation? Now, in the dashed line, now I'm plotting the volume under the triangle, and what we see is the maximum volume is triggered before the compatible deploy state. So it means that this compatible deploy state can never be reached by inflation. So let's see how it works. So if our predictions are correct, so this you can see the structure, you see that is bistable, and with our hands we can shift it between the stable, deployed, and flat configuration. But you see that when we inflate it, we can never reach this state, because when we inflate, we provide volume, and the structure stop at the maximum volume configuration that is before this stable deploy configuration. All right, is this the end of the story? Well, let's look at a different triangle. So now we increase beta up to 50. Now what we see that in this case, the maximum volume comes after the compatible deploy configuration. But what we see is also the incompatibility is tiny in this case. So yes, we are inflatable, but we have very low compatibility. All right, so what we see is in one case we have high compatibility, but it's no inflatability. In the other case, we have inflatability, but the incompatibility is very low. So how can we overcome that? So then we started looking at combining two different building blocks. So combining two triangles to create these star shapes. And, there are constraints because the two triangles need to stick together, and they also need to have compatible. So they need to deploy in a similar way. And so, but there are many, many designs that by combining different triangles that we can realize. And now we can quickly evaluate all of them. And for all of them, we can track the maximum incompatibility, and we can check whether they are inflatable. So all the inflatable design are the one to the right of this vertical dotted line. All right, so now what we can do, we can pick the inflatable design with the maximum incompatibility, and this is design A, and we can check whether this is multi-stable. So we can fabricate the design, the panel are 3D printed, and then we use the double tapes to create the hinges and also to make it airtight. So what we do in the test, we connect it to a pressure input, and then we pressurize them. And we pressurize, is deploying a bit, but then we see that as soon as we take away the input, it goes back to the deflated state. If you look at the PV curve recorded, we see that it's monotonic. There is no signature of bistability. So what this tells us is this level of incompatibility, the level of geometric incompatibility corresponding to design A, is not enough to trigger multi-stability. All right, what else can we do? Well, we can combine these two triangles in a slightly different way, and instead of connecting the longest edge of a triangle to the longest edge of the other triangle, we can connect the long edge of one to the short edge of the other. So what we see, this push up the incompatibility, And now again, we choose the design with the largest incompatibility between the one that are inflatable. So this is design B. We go, we fabricate, we test. And what we see in this case, we see a very different PV behavior. We see in this case is non-monotonic and characterized by a region of negative pressure. And that is highlighted here in red. And this is a, it's a typical feature of bistability. And we see that also in this case is inflated after we disconnect for the pressure. And now the internal cavities at atmospheric pressure, the structure remain deployed. All good? So are we limited to star-like shape? No. We can also combine the triangle to create wedges. So we can put them instead of next to each other, on top of each other. So this creates this wedge shape. Again, we see this push the incompatibility even higher. So now we know that the incompatibility of design B is enough to trigger bistability. So we choose a design with similar incompatibility. We fabricated, we tested, and again, we see a structure that is highly bistable with some region of negative pressure. We see that when we pressurize, we deploy, and we remove the input and we leave the internal cavity at atmospheric pressure, it remains deployed. That's great. Now, in all this case, we start flat. So we have a structure that have a flat configuration and a compact flat configuration and then a deployed stable configuration. But we can also go from deployed state A to deployed state B. And this is because we can use the same strategy, but now we can assume that the state A corresponds to an initially rotated triangle. So now here we have an additional variable that is the initial rotation of the triangle. And so in this case, we can create structure out of a single triangle that are bistable and they can switch between shape A and shape B. And we can see we can get this structure to be, again, with large geometric incompatibility. And when we realize, we find them to be bistable as well. All right. Very good. So now what we have seen, we have identified 4 different designs, 4 different building blocks that can be designed to be inflatable and bistable. So now the question is, what can we do with that? So now I show you 2 applications that we explore. So, for example, what we did, we took this wedge building block, what we define as design 3, and now we choose 2 different geometry. And now what we can do, we can tessellate them to realize an arch, for example. So here you can see the arch. So this is sort of a meter, close to a meter scale. So it's realized of corrugated plastic, and the hinges are just, again, double tape. And what we see is that after we remove the input, it remains there. So it's bistable, and now when we apply negative pressure, we can retract and fold it back. What we can do is also we can combine 2 different building blocks, for example, to realize a tent or a deployable shelter. And in this case, one building block for the floor and the other building block for define the environment, the space. And then we can apply some simple geometrical operation that does not change energy landscape, but make just the structure nicer. So we trim some of the triangle and we add an additional layer of triangle. And so the idea is now we have a structure that is flat. We can deploy it. And if multi-stable, it means that when we are going to open the door, this structure is not going to collapse as the arch I showed you before from the cycling race, but it's going to stay up. So here you can see David and Ben demonstrating the concept. So this is a structure we built at the meter scale. Now they are connecting to a pump. It's going to be inflated. At this moment, the door is closed, so it's airtight. Now we see the roof pops up. So, and now David is opening the door. So now the internal cavity is at atmospheric pressure, but they see that the structure remains up, and this is because it's locked in this stable configuration. And now when you're done using your structure, you can just apply vacuum, and the structure, folds back, and then it's ready for transportation. So here is where we are with this idea. There is still plenty of work to be done. So for example, we don't have a mechanics model to capture the response of the structure. So an old design was based on pure geometric configuration. We don't have we don't account for elasticity that in reality plays a huge role and to determine which structure are multi-stable and which not. All right. So moving on to the second project, what we are trying to do is realize structure that under a single input can take multiple configuration. So this was work led again my former postdoc Anto and again former student David and former postdoc David. So I already introduced David and Ben. Anto is now a faculty at Oxford in UK. So this is our very simple building block. So it's a Kreslin module. It's a very popular origami structure. We use an hexagon as a shape of the top and bottom unit. And this unit is 3D printed out of TPU and it's airtight. And now what we are going to do, again, we are going to inflate and deflate. There is a tube, if you see, coming from the bottom and it provides air. So we inflate and it's sort of twisting and unfolding. And then we deflate, you see it's twisting back and it's folding. So Kreslin can also be designed to be multi-stable. We chose the dimension of the panel, so that is monostable. So this structure is stable only in the stress-free configuration, that is the configuration in which was fabricated. And in this case, 3D printed. All right. Now, the game we are playing, we are going to make this module bistable. The way we make it bistable is by taking one of these panels and further triangulate it, so dividing into 4 triangles. So creating a sort of a small dome. Now, what happens when we inflate in this case is if apply large enough pressure, you see that this triangulated panel pops out like a dome. So you see it pops out now. And now when we deflate, initially it remains in the pop-out configuration, so you can see that the structure bends. If we further depressurize, we see that eventually there is a snapback. So the panel goes back to the initial state, re-entrance state, and then the structure completely folds. All right. So now we have 2 states, one in which the panel in the initial state of the triangulated panel, and one in which the panel pop out. Now, when the panel is pop out, what we see, when we deflate, we have this complex bending motion. All right. Now, an interesting point is we can control the pressure at which the panel snap and snap back by controlling the position of this central vertex of the triangulated panel. And what we see, we can move the central node, translate it a bit out. So by a certain by applying a certain displacement delta. And what we see that by controlling this displacement, we can control the pressure at which there is the snap and at which is snap back. All right, very good. So now what can we do? Now we have 3 panels. We have this unit at which the panel at which we can control the pressure at which the one of these panels snap and snap back. We can also change the position of this triangulated panel. And now we can create stacks of these units. So for example, you can see in the first example here, I'm stacking 2 units. I'm putting the triangulated panel on top of each other. And one is the blue one with delta 2 millimeter, and the other I'm choosing a panel with delta 4. Structure 2, exactly the same 2 building block, but now I'm rotating the top one by 180 degrees. And now the question is, okay, what's going to happen when I'm inflating the structure and deflating? So here is an example. So this is a structure when the 2 panels, the blue and the yellow one, are stuck to each other. So now what we see, we start inflating. So we inflate up to the point in which the blue panel snap. And now when we deflate, we see that the module at the top fold and the module at the bottom first bend. And then if we further depressurize, the blue unit snap back and we go back. Now, if we pressurize further, we see that both the blue and the yellow unit snap. And now when we deflate, we see that we get more of a global bending mode. And then one snap back. And eventually also the other snap back. And so the module completely fold. Now, similar story. So this is the structure two. So these are the same two units, but now the position of the triangulated panel is different. So now they are opposite to each other. And now we do the same thing. So first we inflate at a pressure so that only the blue panel, in this case, we see the same deformation as before because only the blue panel is activated. And now we go back. But now we pressurize further. So now both the blue and the yellow panel snap. So now we see also the yellow panel snapping. And now when we deflate, in this case, we see a different, before it was global bending, now we see a more complex bending twisting configuration, deformation mode. So what's the point here? So here now, by stacking this structure, we have, by stacking this module and by choosing, this different module and how to arrange them and which model to choose, we have structure that we can that can reach different deformation mode when we deflate, and we can program the deformation mode that we achieve by the amount of pressure that we apply when we pressurize. So basically, we use pressurization as a programming state, and then we read out the state during deflation. So we can program during pressurization by selecting the level of pressure that we apply. We program a different deformation mode during deflation. And now we can also quantify this different deformation mode. For example, we can track the position of the end cap. And so we can define a vector D that connect the cap that is stuck to the ground, to the end point, the central point, of the end cap. And then we can, plot the projection. We can look at the angle that this vector forms with the XY plane and the XZ plane, and also the magnitude of the vector. And so we can quantify these different states. So now the next question is, okay, all good. How can I choose the unit to stack if I want to get a certain specific deformation mode? And for this, we need a model. And what we came up with is a very simple geometric model. So we take our individual building blocks and we experimentally characterize them. So we inflate and deflate them, and we monitor their deformation. And we monitor the pressure at which they snap and snap back. And now we assume pressure continuity. So all the units are connected in series. So the pressure is the same in all the units. And we use the deformation of the single units to predict the deformation of any structure comprising an array of n of these units. So first of all is the model predicting the right things. So here you can see on the right a comparison between the prediction of the model and what we see in the prototype for structure 1 that I show you. Structure 2 that I showed you before, and we can see very good agreement. So it's a very simple structure. It's a very simple model, purely geometric model, and it captures what's going on. So now we can start using the model. And for example, we say, okay, now I want to stack 4 units. So for n equal 4, for 4 units, we can do a brute force search. So we can look for all possible structures that it can build out of the unit, out of a unit that we have in our database that are 4 units. And here now, these dots, each dot corresponds to a possible position of the end cap for the structure that I can build. And here you can see the deformation, the different deformation that we quantify. Now, for a single structure, we have multiple dots corresponding because a single structure can reach multiple configurations. And so, for example, here I'm picking one structure and I'm highlighting all the different positions that the end cap can reach. And so you can see that we can get a variety of modes. The structure can bend toward us, again for us, it can twist, it can do different deformation mode. This is even more evident when we look at structure comprising of 12 units. And now, for example, this specific structure that we chose, we see that it can bend towards us, away from us. It can do complex twisting mode to point deflation. And this mode can be programmed by pressurized into different levels. And now we can push this story a step further. And now we can say, okay, now I would like a structure that is able to reach these 3 points, T1, T2, T3, when I during operation. And so we can identify the optimal stack of building block that minimize the error between these three target positions that we have and the position of the end cap that we can reach. And so this structure is comprised of 12 units. Here you can see the composition of this structure. And now we can see that if we inflate up to P4 first, and then during deflation, we are going to get the first target point. Then what we're going to need to do is reset the structure, further pressurize to the level above. And then when we deflate, we are going to reach the target point number 2 and target point number 3. So this is the prediction of the model. So now see whether this happens in reality. So now we do exactly what I said. First, we pressurize to level so that the structure with delta equal 4 snap. And now we see that when depressurized, we reach target 1. Now what we are going to do, we need to reset the structure. And now what we need to do, we need to pressurize further so that all units snap. And now when we deflate, we see that first we reach target 2, and then if we keep deflating, we reach target 3. And the switch between target 2 and target 3 is because in this interval in which we keep depressurizing, some of the units snap back, and some other remain in the snap configuration. So then basically we can switch from target 2 and target 3. So this is all good. We see also very good agreement between, the model and the experiment. Now, a limitation of this is that we need to reset the initial state between targets. And for robotic application, typically we would like to go to a cycle without the need of resetting. And we can also apply that as a constraint. So we can ask the optimization, okay, we want to reach the 3 target without the need of resetting. So this is an initial constraint. As you can see, we get a larger error because clearly we added an additional constraint. But now we can get a closed loop. It's not as accurate as before, but we can get there. And, and when we can now get these loops and we can circle between 3 states, we can also think about, for example, we can realize a simple robot that can realize a sort of a rowing stroke. And here, in this case, it's a 3-unit module that is optimized so it can reach straight T1, T2 back. And, then we can attach it to a simple chassis. And we can, for example, realize this very simple, this is really a proof of concept machine that, is a single pressure. And, it can do this stroke where basically it can, sort of a rowing stroke and move forward. All right, so this is pretty much all I want to say. So I hope I convinced you that multi-stable origami offer a promising platform for inflatable matter with new mode of functionality. And, I showed you 2 examples, deployable structure of a robotic system, but, there is much more out there to be explored. And, if you're interested in learning more about these 2 projects, both these projects have been published a couple of years ago, but I think there is still plenty of opportunities in both domains. And I'm happy to take any question.
So thank you for your talk. My question is about the pressure. As you put more pieces one on top of the other, you have to increase the pressure to inflate them completely. So is there a threshold that, if you put too many pieces on one on top of the other, they break before you reach the inflating pressure? Because in your state diagram, the step in pressure were similar, the same step, but I don't think that the pressure is linear with the number of pieces.
Okay, couple of things. The pressure doesn't change, the volume change. So these are connected in series, right? So they share all the same pressure. And the pressure is determined by the unit. So the level of pressure that we need is not determined by the number of units that we have, but is simply determined. So the pressure is not determined by, it's simply determined by this threshold. So you can choose it by designing the panel. Now, because they're all in series, they share the same pressure. Yes, the more unit you put, the more volume you need to provide. So in this case, we were going with a syringe pump, so it's going to take longer because you need to put more air in. Now, anyway, the fact that, this building block need to be airtight, and this is sort of still a nightmare So these units were fabricated during COVID. So we got a 3D printer in one of the basement, and Anto. So one of the postdocs is now the guy is now at Oxford, got it in his basement, and we were playing around during COVID. So getting the parameter to be airtight, that 5 years ago was a bit of an art. And but now the printing strategy are getting better, but it doesn't scale with N. It just depends on the unit that you design, how they design the unit and how rigid are the hinges and which pressure do you need to snap the panel. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Other questions? Antonio?
Maybe I can ask, so the panels that you're using are all rigid, right? So this is,
Yes.
yeah, so what about, what is the, trying to get things that are less stiff, lighter, is there any ideas on how to get multi-stable?
There are, yeah, exactly. So what we use all our panels are rigid. And even in the first example, the triangulated origami shelter, the panel are rigid and the deformation there. So when you have this, if you want to get multi-stability, you need some incompatibility, right? And the incompatibility there was absorbed by the hinges. So, another strategy, and this is, for example, Itai Cohen work, is to get the panel to bend, right? If you get the panel to bend, they can also, give an energy barrier, right? The bending, and it's another strategy to get multi-stability, and both strategies are interesting. And now, if the panel are bendable, then the question is, you don't want them, they need to be rigid, more rigid than the hinges, otherwise you don't get the deformation localized. So again, the tuning and the property in this structure is a tricky one, and we spend a lot of time in both cases to get the material, to get sort of the right combination of materials. Because in our case, we want the hinges to be able to absorb this excess of this geometric incompatibility, but it does need to be not too soft, not too rigid. So it's to getting it right, and we were not guided by a model. So in our case, it was trial and error.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Thank you very much for this remark. Maybe if you can say a little more about, so the design has been guided by trial and error, so a lot of ingenuity on the part of the persons who came up with this. So any thoughts about this? Trial and error.
Yeah, no, I think it's a limitation, right? It's a real limitation of what we have done. And I think the next, to me, to have and there are models out there. So, for example, Glaucio Paulino now at Princeton has a set of model. Merlin, he also has available a free-to-use code, right? An open source code that is Merlin. So there have been strategies and methods that has been, put out there, for this structure. So springs, very much, doing finite element of the structure becomes a nightmare because the capture this very localized deformation with finite elements is feasible, but it's just a nightmare. So there are these discrete models where we have springs and rigid bodies, right? And if you have bendability, for example, you add additional lines of springs. So we haven't, now in our case, we have an additional constraint that is due to the volume, the inflatable, they are tight. It's all doable, but it requires some time, right? You need to add an additional constraint to these structures. And all doable, we haven't done, but I think this model should be used more because it costs us a lot of time in the lab. Let's put it in these terms. And also, for example, we have no guidance on how much force this structure can take. Eventually, so if there is force applied in the deployed state, if the force that we apply in the deployed state are large enough, it's gonna go over the energy barrier and go back to the other minimum. We have no idea about this threshold.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I have one. It's more a mathematical curiosity, but is it in principle possible to design such a things with, let's say, a huge number of elements in such a way that you can reach every position in space with some error, at least theoretically? I understand that this is not possible on the practical level. But that you simply, with the fine modulation of the pressure, you can reach any reason, I mean, any position in space.
I mean, what we did, we limit ourselves, I'm pretty sure we limit ourselves to 12. And we have a very limited database of only 4 units. Limited database is due to accuracy in fabrication. We need to make sure that this pressure at which they snap, they are separate enough.
Sure.
Because otherwise, you know, you don't have, we need clear threshold. And the threshold need to be large enough for experimental realization. Now, 2 things you can do going toward the goal, you would say, is having a finer database, so more units, so closer thresholds, and then also more units. So clearly that expand the range. There are limitations, right? Because you have 12 units, so there is a maximum radius that you can reach.
Sure.
You know, as your structure is, I don't know, 1 meter long, there is no way that you can reach a point that is 1 kilometer far apart. So there are limitations, right, in the range of space you can reach. But clearly, by increasing the resolution and by increasing also the resolution in behavior of the unit and the amount of unit, you can expand more. Now, whether you can do all, if there is, I cannot guarantee, but for sure you can expand.
Thank you. Other questions or remarks? So if not, we thank Katia again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we take a break, maybe? We take a little break for certain. Thank you.
Goodbye, Katia. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lecture in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys. Have fun.
Thank you.
I think we can start with the second talk of this afternoon, and the speaker is Alison Martin, and she will talk about waving Gaussian baskets and complex networks. Please.
Thank you. Thanks above all to Professor Di Simone for inviting me, and yeah, it's nice to be here talking to you. I'm the lightweight intervention, the bit of frivolity in all the rest of the, you know, deeply technical and rigorous work that you've been showing. It's an education for me, and I feel honored to be able to listen to these presentations that we've had so far. But I hope you'll enjoy this. The pictures are good. Okay, so this is the backstory. It started fairly serendipitously because we had moved away from Milan with our family to live in Tuscany, lovely Tuscany, in the countryside, and aiming to live more sustainably, to be, you know, using the resources well. And we ended up on some land where the bamboo is growing. The bamboo, some of you may know, is a very rapid growing plant. It's invasive, so it's difficult. My plans were to be growing olives and wine and, you know, beautiful vegetables and things to feed the family. And we had a lot of this, which I saw as being not only a beautiful plant to look at, but also a big resource. The fact that it grows itself and has to be harvested. You have to cut the bamboo once a year, otherwise, you know, it becomes too dense. So cutting it gave me a lot of free material. And in our situation where budgets were always very low, free material was something I was aiming to make the most of. I bought this metal tool, which is very primitive, none of your high-tech 3D, and nothing like that. Simple cast iron tool, which splits the bamboo. So if you know the bamboo plant, the bamboo grows in a cylindrical form with these nodes that have to be broken, but the fibers in the bamboo are close to being parallel. So by splitting it, you can get these long, slender pieces of material, which when it's fresh are very, very flexible and just like having a design tool. So my background, as I've said, is not in science or certainly not in mathematics. I studied design and I'm interested in making stuff. So the first things that I made were these trellises. the pattern that I'm using for the weaving is the triaxial or kagome pattern. So instead of the normal weaving pattern, which is the biaxial, where the two sets of parallel strands would be at right angles to each other, in this style of weaving, which is the other option with straight pieces of material, the angles are 60 degrees. And the advantage is that you get a lot of material, a lot of panel. It's very economic with material. A small amount of material produces a large amount of surface. And the hexagons, you can see each hexagon surrounded by the six three-sided, the six triangles. The weaving, so the weaving is the same as any weaving pattern, over, under. And in this case, the triangles have this kind of, because of the chirality, the over-under pattern, that it's a way of closing the structure. So the friction between the strands means that the structure doesn't fall apart at the edge. So basically, it's a lot of free stuff in a fairly simple weaving pattern. So the next step was to create these other shapes. You can see in the background, there's an arch, and in the foreground, I'm making cylinders. The weaving pattern is exactly the same. It's just what I've seen other people describe with a simple flat piece of material. You can coil it around. So the strands go around, and because the bamboo is a very flexible, amenable material, then this sort of structure is an easy way to create more space for your gardening, for your plants to produce the harvest. In our case, we didn't have a problem of space. We were surrounded by fields and open space. But the theory is that allowing the vertical space means that the plants can produce more leaves and more fruits. Okay, so I'm very much into the experimental side of things. And the experiment here, although I could make baskets and I could make things that were covers so using the positive curvature, I could cover and produce closed shapes. I was also interested in what would happen if I did the other sort of deformation or modification in the weave. And if you look carefully, you can see some heptagons got into the mesh, and we can go closer up. And that sort of shape became much more interesting for me. Clearly, not useful at all for my horticultural or agricultural projects. It's not going to make a cage or a cover, but it just seemed to me an interesting surface. So that was the point where I had to start going back to, looking at textbooks, looking at the approach to these, the weaving pattern, the tessellation, what happens with introducing any kind of regular shape within the mesh that's not either a 6 or a 3. So these were my attempts to clarify things, to be more analytical about the weaving. This is the triaxial or kagome pattern with the 3 lines going in the 60-degree angles. Obviously, you keep going, covers the plane. What happens when you introduce the pentagons? So going from 6 down to 5 sides, immediately the shape is modified and the curve is inevitable. It's something that's very enjoyable when I'm teaching this. The forms, the circles that go around this round shape, I won't call it a sphere, but it's certainly closed. They're like great circles on the sphere. They go perfectly straight. There's the number of pentagons corresponds obviously to the number of pentagons in a dodecahedron, so you need 12. And if you put 12 in the mesh, it closes up. And we did a few experiments with that. This was looking at the aspects of curvature, introducing the pentagon or introducing one heptagon and getting the saddle shape by putting the heptagon in the middle of the mesh. So this is the sort of arithmetic that I can deal with. I've got an overall mesh, which is flat based on the triaxial pattern or the Kagome pattern, but I can introduce an equal number of heptagons and pentagons. And in this case, I've done them in the center of the mesh, so it looks a little bit like a grain boundary. Overall, the mesh is still flat, but we can see that now the lines are suffering a bit. These lines, it's paper that I'm using here to weave with, and obviously paper can deal with that with a bit of creasing, but clearly we've no longer got anything like a geodesic in the mesh. So as a designer, I would be looking at this in terms of whether it's feasible and also whether it looks pleasing, whether it's aesthetically pleasing. And my opinion was that that wasn't, but maybe something like this could be more interesting. And the things that I found out are probably things that everybody else knew from, you know, paying attention when they were doing geometry at school. But the numbers seemed to me to have it was appealing to find out that a certain number of heptagons in the mesh were sufficient to puncture. So when I'm weaving an overall, let's say, horizontal flat mesh, if I punctuate it with a certain number of hexagons, and in fact there are 6, which are sufficient then to puncture the surface, go from the horizontal down to the vertical, and then the second ring of 6 heptagons, both at the top and at the bottom, would be forming like a torus neck. So we would go back to a flat surface eventually at the top and at the bottom. I hope you're going to interrupt me some of the time, because, you know, it seems clear to me, but it may not be making any sense. As I say, I became very interested in the surfaces that, yes, please. You do. You do need to add an additional weaving strand. So it's, as I say, it's very rudimentary. The approach is, you know, Katia was saying too much trial and error, but this is exclusively only trial and error. This is how I got there. Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat how you insert it? I mean, in the weaving process.
Okay, so yeah, when I'm weaving, I start at the center of the weave. And typically I start with whatever is let's call it a singularity. I don't know whether you want to call it a deformation. For me, it could be even a corner in, you know, from my point of view. So if I'm weaving a basket and I want the curvature to go this way, I'd weave the base with the flat mesh, so hexagons and pentagons, and no pentagons, just hexagons and triangles. The pentagons would come at the corners. So when I weave a total of 6 pentagons on a flat hexagonal mesh, I've got a basket. I've got the sides and I've got the base. So increasing the number from 6 pentagons to 12, you close the shape. And this was just, you know, what if we add heptagons instead of pentagons? What will happen to the mesh? So just as when I wove the pentagons, I removed one of the 6 pieces. When I was weaving these, I had to add. But you can't just add it into the mesh that exists. You have to add it as you weave. And this is something, it's a concept that you get used to when you're weaving things. You have to be seeing it in your head before you actually have the object. It's not like a sculpture where you have a piece of marble and you take material away to see the shape that you want. Here we're working with pieces of paper. It looks chaotic. We'll see some more of it. It looks a mess until you actually the surface starts to emerge. But as I say, the fact that the surface emerges in a fairly predictable way is enjoyable for me. And these were more of my ideas about how I could create the apertures to make a volume that's, you know, obviously it's not a surface, it's a woven outline of a surface, But my aim was to achieve some more complex topological shapes. And in this one, I think it's apparent that I was also interested in the ideas of minimal surfaces, being able to use this method, which obviously is not completely smooth, but it's smoothish, and the lines help me to define a surface. So this one was roughly based on the Schwarz. I think it's the D surface. So it would be another triply periodic minimal surface. Okay. So here I'm thinking about growth. And again, starting from the bottom right-hand corner, the flat triaxial weave, punctured in this case simply by cutting a hole in the mesh, and then adding material. So adding material to achieve something more, thinking about some kind of organic deformation of a surface going towards a cylinder and then closing the cylinder by adding some positive curvature at the top. So it's a combination of heptagons to increase the surface and the pentagons at the top to close it up again. And this was another design project, not necessarily very practical for swimwear, but you get the idea. We're talking about anatomy, and we're talking about being able to weave any shape or any. And here again, I got a little bit more interested in how the design can emerge, how I can be more in control of the design that I want to make. So in this case, the conical shape is made by, in this case, removing 2 strands from the hexagon. So that's gone down to a quad, if you look in the center. So there are 4 pieces of red material making that, and that defines the shape of the rest of the mesh. So the acuteness of that conical shape is defined by the number of strands that I've woven into the top. And this is something that basket makers do know. So they may not know the geometry. They may not have words that would correspond to the sort of description that probably you would be more familiar with. But certainly, if you look at baskets and you look at the shapes that have been made, that have been woven over the centuries, I mean, there is discussion about who did things first, but certainly weavers did a lot of technology. They did a lot of the heavy lifting for computer scientists as well. So, it's more credit to us. Pentagon on the left and the heptagon on the right. So the negative curvature emerges from one singularity of deformation, other options. So this really is just to define or to describe my toolbook. These are the toolkit that I have. The possibilities for curvature in a woven surface would be more or less defined by these conditions. I can go down to the 3. There is a 3 there. That one's just 3 sides. So that would be the sharpest point that I can weave with straight strands, the 4, the 5, and then the 7. And the numbers after 7, you can go up to 8 or 9. After that, things start to get a bit sort of wobbly. There's less friction, and the mesh doesn't hold together quite so well. But anybody who's designed meshes with software knows that those numbers are, you could go up higher. So this was the encounter with Pedro Reis, who has the mechanical engineering lab at EPFL. So we went with the intention of thinking about how to make a smooth shape. And I was, pleased with the results I had so far. But obviously, when you talk to engineers, things are, they want more smoothness. So the one on the left is the sphere, or I call it a sphere. It's a round shape. It's like the soccer ball. So it's got the 12 pentagons and the 20 hexagons, and you can see that the edges are not totally smooth. And the insight that one of Pedro Reis's researchers had was that if we change the lines, so the lines here, you are already not geodesics, they're already having to do some bending. So we're using soft paper or plastic materials, which will take a bit of deformation. But the idea was that if the strips were cut with a certain amount of curvature, then the actual outline of the sphere would be much more spherical. And then from the mechanical engine, yes?
This one, the strips are a bit flexible in the tangent direction, and then the trick is to have them curvy. I mean,
so in these, we're using paper, something that will take a little bit of bending, you know, not just this way, but this way as well. So they're no longer good geodesic lines, good enough for me, not good enough for them. And here, what they were cutting, we'll get onto it in a minute, there, they look like this.
So is that a stiffer material? Is it stiff?
It could be stiffer. It could be a lot stiffer. I mean, it still has to deal with the other bending, but it doesn't do any of this.
Thank you.
Okay. So as you can see, my objects are at the top, where I'm using paper to make, you know, more interesting topological shapes, an attempt of the Klein bottle here. And then this was with Mark Pauly, who's also at EPFL, and they are computational geometers. And so they did have the digital tools to be able to design this much more smoothly and get a more elegant object. So then the target became to design any arbitrary shape. And they did, you know. They did what they said they could do, and it's a nice result. We've got some lovely objects, and they can be woven. The disadvantage, and certainly it's a big disadvantage for me, is that the strips have to be designed. The holes in the strips are no longer equidistant, and I didn't mention that, but they were in every case that you've seen so far. The holes have to be numbered, and you have to connect, obviously, things with a great deal of care. And we also discovered that there are two ways of connecting all the numbers. The numbers correspond, but the object is wrong. So there is one right and one wrong, even with all that labeling. So that was something that, you know, the paper is published, it's in SIGGRAPH, this is a great result, but it's also something that for me is less useful. I'm not going to be doing that in the future because I like using cheap natural materials, and in my studio I don't have a 3D printer or a laser cutter. So that's what the weaving looks like. Yeah, it's quite intense. So this was another option to, instead of using the lovely long strips of bamboo, in fact, because of it was a competition entry, and the competition requirements were that the pieces had to be short, and they had to, I mean, the whole structure had to be something that was, would pack into small boxes and be transportable. So the bamboo is good because it's very light. The material that I've attached here is a stretch lycra material, so no problems with the weight, but the lines are no longer continuous. And what I did to join the pieces of bamboo, it's not really weaving, but there is the same over, under. So I just drilled the equidistant holes at the end of each piece of bamboo. These pieces of bamboo are about 60 centimeters long, which, you know, fitted into the boxes that we had. And I made nodes that were either quad or hexagonal connections. So it's like reciprocal nodes, reciprocal joints. The difference between this and other examples that you might have seen is that because of the bamboo, a bit of curvature can go on along the line. And this was the object that we made using, you know, those two sets of nodes and the bamboo. The fabric is attached with lycra. It's nice and big. It was about 4.5 meters. So I was fairly anxious about it, obviously, because I don't have a room big enough to build the prototype at home. So I had only built small parts, and then, you know, fingers crossed, you never know, maybe it'll it'll work, and it did. And that won the first prize at that competition, so that was a nice result. This is another nice result. I've included it because it's part of the Dalle stalle alle stelle story. So this was the same or a similar idea, making a framework from bamboo pieces. They're connected together with some black elastic bands, so nothing very fancy. And then the material was sewn on by the group of students you can see here. This was in at Dresden in 2022, where there was the conference on MOFs, which are metal organic frameworks. Anyway, the guy in the middle, this one, he just got the Nobel for chemistry because of his work, his pioneering work in this field of chemistry. So I was trying to make, you know, the molecular structures based on crystallographic lattices, shapes that I'd seen in nature. We were using this as a kind of icebreaker activity for the students who were attending the conference. And that's what we got. So as I say, I like the minimal surface idea, and I feel that this technique of weaving is quite amenable to making some of these shapes. My job as a designer is to try and keep the lines in it as smooth and as elegant as possible. This is another one, like a monkey saddle out in the fields. This was pandemic times. And as I say, the lines that you can see, the lines of the material, the bamboo connected to the fabric, I have to find an orientation of the mesh on the surface that I want. So making this sort of curve with the bamboo would not be particularly good idea, because the bamboo obviously would be too constrained and likely to break. So I have to try and find a way to put the mesh onto the surface and keep the lines in this kind of fairly elegant, gentle curvature, which is what the bamboo allows. That's another one. This one's based on the single gyroid, or the SRS network. There again, I find the lines very, very intriguing, very fascinating. And putting the fabric on helps to read the surface a little bit better. It doesn't make a continuous surface, but it does avoid that situation where sometimes you look at just a mess of lines and it looks more like a cage than the shape that you're trying to evidence. So this is more recent work, and what I've played with more recently is taking away the bamboo, keeping the bamboo to a kind of external framework, and then stitching the pieces of fabric together so that the two forces, I've got the bamboo framework, which is like a scissor mechanism, which I can mold. I can make it fatter or more slender, and I can use that to stretch the white fabric that's inside there. And it's one of those things where to make it, you have to do quite a lot of work before you can see anything like what it might be, because until it's on the frame and starting to be stretched, you really don't have a clue whether you've stitched the correct patch to another patch. But in this case, because I'm working on a fairly small scale, this one's only about 1.5 meters tall, so the patches are about 20 or 30 centimeters. I haven't done any deformation. The patches are hexagons or pentagons, and they've got straight sides, but because an elastic material is very forgiving, it allows you to put all this tension in. On this larger piece, which I made at EPFL with Mark Pauly's research group, we have had to do, or the wizards with their software were working on the elastic force of the material, making it fit onto the frame. And because the patches were significantly larger, they are not just regular hexagons and pentagons. Yes, yes.
The previous one, in the previous one,
Everything before that was bamboo.
Also the patch, the elastically deformable patches were surrounded by
bamboo. Yeah.
Bamboo.
Yeah.
So also the inside, right?
Yeah. Yes. So as I say, you've got the forces inside, which is only the fabric providing that, and then the pull from the external framework, which keeps it in its shape.
And you pull with bamboo tendons, whatever.
Yes, you can't, I don't know if you can
gray
see
one.
them, but I've got some strings here as well, some vertical strings to pull this down. So if I didn't put any of that on, yeah, it would be a little bit floppy. It would be, you know, getting there. But that final, to get rid of the creases, I needed those pieces of fishing line to make it do it. It's, you know, pretty experimental, but it's good enough. I don't know how scalable it is. Whereas this one, it was a big concession on my part to allow them to use something that was not entirely natural. But already the fabric is synthetic, so, you know. And this one's hanging in the EPFL in one of the big buildings there. Yeah, they're so lightweight. It's kind of a lovely result. They come out as well as they do. But as you can see, the connection of the patches, it looks like right angles when everything is tight. You'd say squares, basically. It's only when you see the actual sewing that you can see the shapes were not squares. So some hexagons in there. Yeah, that's another one. So what I mentioned before about adding extra material to make the negative curvature in a weaving is similar to what I have to do in this sort of shape. If you think about a patchwork as being typically either a tessellation of hexagons or a tessellation of squares or quads, if I increase something, either putting 4 squares together or a hexagon in a quad mesh, I get this kind of effect. And with sewing, that's just about doable. With Katja's rigid origami, you're not going to be able to get away with that quite so easily. The other thing about bamboo is that it wants to be straight. And this is another kind of joyful property of the material that's very, that I think I want to make the most of. So I can compress, I can coil. Let that one go. Yeah, a bit too slow. So this embedded energy makes me feel that there are a lot of things that can be exploited. The bamboo grows straight, you can bend it, but
sorry,
if possible,
about this one.
Yes.
Is it riveted or, I mean,
drill holes and then nuts and bolts. So
Okay.
not rivets. Rivets are too tight.
no. I
And
mean,
they tend to split the bamboo.
but it's not woven as the first example you
No.
show.
I have to put, in this case and in the subsequent ones that we're going to see, one layer is on top of the other because that allows the scissor mechanism to be working. So I haven't bothered about lengths, but eventually maybe you would have to do something to do the inside and the outside, a little bit of difference. So connecting as I say, I've done quite a lot with springs and cylinders. We saw one earlier, and the rest of the things that I've done, many of them contain cylinders. The good thing about the mesh is everything is interconnected. So if I weave one and cylinder and connect it to the other, the same strands are involved in both of the cylinders. And so we get the deformability of one has an effect on the shape of the other. Yeah. This was the work I did with Mark Pauly's group to build something with the to make something concrete with our ideas. So we designed the dome structure, basically more or less a soccer ball, and we wanted something that would be transportable. So we needed to do some prefabrication by making the cylinders in one place and then moving them and connecting them in another. So this was the assembly design, and this was the reality. So we arrived in the lobby of the architecture building with the cylinders flat packed. And here, it's the node which has there are some triangles. I don't know if it pauses for long enough to see it. If you look where the cylinders connect to each other, we've got a triangle here, and we've got 3 more triangles around that. And because of that, that being pinned, as we said, with nuts and bolts, keeping that establishes the line that then the strands in the cylinders take. They can no longer compress as they did before they were connected, and that's what keeps the whole structure stiff enough then to be lifted. So the total amount of material in a structure like this, which is about 10 meters diameter, was probably less than 30 bamboo canes. And as you can see, not a big deal for the people to lift up. And we've subsequently done a couple more of these structures using the spring as the departure point. In this case, we're using a spring which is curved. So a straight spring was a limitation. We wanted to be able to introduce curved lines into our structure. Once again, it's fairly deployable. It's a little bit less springy, but it's springy enough. And the lines that we've used to make that are simply geodesics on a torus, making those measurements. So the first one that I did it by hand. I had a torus, and I molded my strips, my straight paper strips along it, did some measurements, did a few averages, and it was, reasonably close to what I expected. But of course, in Mark Pauly's group, they did some more scientific measuring and came up with something that looks a little bit more professional. So we're using as longer pieces of bamboo as we have. And then this project was, one of the researchers comes from Ecuador. So he went back to Quito, and they sourced some local bamboo from near to the university. And so the Seichi Suzuki, who was leading the workshop, arrived with, just a laptop, basically. His project was on his laptop, and the students worked out the number of strips, the drilling holes, did the prefabrication, and then made this piece, which is another fairly large, impressive result from, a very cheap, widely available material. So we don't need any scaffolding to build these. I think this one needed some suspended, the central point had to be suspended during the fabrication, but then that was taken away, and this structure remained. And we've built another one in Lausanne, nearby the railway station, the idea being that gradually the plants that we've planted in the bases of these shapes will take over and provide, shade and a nice green area for people waiting for their trains. Okay, as I say, springs and deformability. So from starting and trying to make things with nice, long, elegant pieces of material, I'm now reduced to cutting everything up into tiny pieces, very discretized, just because some parts of some shapes are really hard to make with long lines without the lines breaking. So this was an idea that I intended to be used for the points in the structures we designed where the long lines are no longer viable, certainly not with bamboo, not with the amount of bending that the bamboo would take. So the idea is that if you break everything up, then the bending can become, it allows the formation of different shapes. So this was another idea to edit some of these spring shapes to make them either bulge or narrow. So here again, the pins are in regular positions, but because of the weaving pattern and when you are, I'll go back again, when you apply the pressure. And I've got these models here, so if anybody's interested, you can come and mess about with them.
Say that again, how the indirect stays, but for...
Yeah, it's in the weaving. Here it is. So because the weaving here, you've got more crosses, it goes tighter.
Mm-hmm.
Here, the weaving is just single weaving over, under, and that goes bulgy. Yeah, pass it around. I've got the next one as well. Here, then you have something to do. This one, it's the one I'm just about to show you.
But this is not bamboo, is it?
No. Maybe in the future, if somebody has, you know, an idea that would be useful for, then who knows? But right now, it's just paper. So what I did here was to take the arrangement, the usual arrangement of winding the strips around the sides of a spring, but because some of the strips are longer, that part of the cylinder or the spring is less likely to bend, and some of the strips are shorter, so that part will bend. And I can put the short strips in the position that I want it to bend with the angle that I would like to provide. So it's just, you know, can create a directional bend within the shape. That one you've seen, and then this one is another object without an application, but it seems interesting to me that you can get this transformation from the flat pack to the vertical. And here again, it's to do with the order that I put the pieces of paper, in this case, under the pin. So if they're in a certain order, then those these shapes can collapse flat. Because if, I'll show it to you. When you look at it, you'll see the rhombi, the square, the quads in this mesh will all go to more or less flat. Okay. This is the last one, another challenge, to weave with helical pieces of material, helical pieces of paper into a 3D structure. And here I was interested in having the deformation in the 3 directions. So we've got like the directional axes, yellow, orange, and blue, and I can compress in that direction with the orange ones. Paper, unfortunately, not quite as springy as the bamboo, but certainly deformable. And it's not creasing. It's the springs are reverting to the round shape, and that's in the blue direction. So that one's here. And that's pretty much all I was planning to say. So I hope there will be some questions or some interest in playing with the models.
Okay, so questions now? Felix.
I have a mechanical question on the first part of your talk,
Yep.
the weaving of let's say a basket or half of a basket. So it's clear that in practice, the dry friction plays probably a major role in kind of stabilizing this pattern.
Yes.
But could it be that if you'd replace your bamboo by Euler elastica and you would have a non-interpretation condition, you would find a stable mechanical equilibrium close by to your weaving pattern?
That's a hard question. Yeah, I would say that my choosing to limit the materials that I use has been, if you like, a lazy one. I prefer to work with something that I have gained an understanding of and I have experience of. So now I can predict a little bit how things go. I don't have so much experience of more rigid materials. So although we've tried doing things with lamellar, plywood, that sort of thing, I think that the weaving moment, the idea that one piece of material has to go in and out of the other is probably not feasible. I don't know. I don't think I'm answering your question very well.
Other questions?
Very nice presentation, thank you. We've seen many examples with bamboo, which has a rectangular cross-section.
Yeah.
If you use wicker instead, it would have a circular cross-section. Do you have experience with wicker baskets?
Not so much. There again, the bamboo was available, and I found that the ideas I had worked well with that material. I think with the wicker, you've got the round section, so you don't get quite so much of that benefit of the friction in the weave. And from what I've seen, it seems to be quite like the bamboo in the countries that it's endemic. There is more of the triaxial weaving. You know, the Kagome pattern is more frequent in the Asian Eastern countries. And in the north of Europe, certainly where we have wicker and we do make baskets, they use the biaxial weaving in general. I haven't seen quite so much. But the disadvantage with biaxial weaving is that it frays, obviously. It comes apart at the edges unless you weave or stitch an edge to your basket. So, you know, these things have evolved, and I think, you know, man used the materials that they had close to them. Bamboo has been in Italy for probably 100 or more years, but it's not an Italian endemic plant.
Yep. Thank you.
Maybe just to contribute to the discussion, I have a little sample of an object that we have been studying that is close to some of the questions, because this is made of strands that have a circular cross-section.
Is it the finger trap?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you call it, I mean, now it's marketed as a fidget, I mean, a stress anxiety relief for cats.
Yes.
And it's very expensive when it's marketed like that. And it has some of the features that have been talked about. I mean, I use it for, you know, this type of experiments.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, what did I want to say? Yeah, this is somehow the technique with which this is made is totally different. So this is made with a machine around a mandrel. So the weaving is totally different from.
But it is woven.
From yeah. But it's done with a machine that rotates.
Yeah.
And there's like a I don't know telayo. I mean.
Yes.
So it's very different from the individual weaving of one strand with the other. So this is done with
so they would just
everything at the same time.
Chop it up.
Right.
No, I mean, you could eventually weave something like that with other materials. It's just that it's very dense weave.
Yeah.
So you can see this is probably nylon thread. It has no problem to go over under each time, but with a stiffer material, you wouldn't be able to make that amount of weaving, which is why in some of these pieces I've adopted the strategy of going over 2 under 2 or over 3, making a jump that's bigger.
Yeah, and then what you would lose, I think, with something like this is the fact that the stiffness of the strands somehow guides the shaping, while here, you know, at the level of the strands, everything is super flexible.
Yeah, but all these things.
But one of the things about friction, I mean, manipulating this, you can feel it a little bit in the sense that when you do this, you feel very little friction, so to speak, while when you do that, you feel under your hands that there is a lot of stick and slip. So, you know, if you want to think about friction, this is also an interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Marino.
Yeah, I had a question about the bamboo plant. Thank you
Yes.
for the talk. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
So, does the radius of the bamboo shot, does it, I mean, the tips are clearly like conical,
Yes.
right? But
Yeah.
after a while, is the radius changing quickly or not?
The bamboo, as you say, tapers, so that generally the bamboo in the first picture, those columns of bamboo are like 12 or 13 meters high. Of a piece of bamboo that's that tall, I generally chop off the top because that's too tapered, and the bottom because it's too thick to split. So I would get a useful part of the bamboo that's maybe 4 or 5 meters. So there's quite a bit of waste. But of that 4 or 5 meters, none of it is perfectly perpendicular. It's not, you know, it's not straight. It's straight enough to do some things. And in some of the structures, we did pay attention to the fact that this was the top and this was the bottom of the strand. Although with students, as soon as they get involved, you lose all that. But ideally, the base of the structure would be made with a slightly thicker part of the bamboo. And as you get to the higher part, you could be using the thinner pieces.
And in these 4 or 5 useful meters, the radius, does it change a lot between the bottom and the top?
Probably 30%. Yeah, it is quite significant. On some, it's better. And if I'm cutting it myself, I can choose good bamboos that I feel are going to be compatible. With a small number, that's possible. If I need, you know, in the hundreds, obviously that doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. And in a way, I think it's a nice proof. Certainly the project you saw in Ecuador, the bamboo was pretty tough and pretty difficult to use. But I think if you can get over that material problem, and if you can make it with anything, that's a nice proof that you don't have to go, you know, oh, we need to import this fancy material because otherwise it won't work. Your project should be good enough to work with what's available. That's what I feel.
Thank you.
Okay.
More questions? Okay, if not, let's thank Alison again.
Thank you.